classics are here.
Because on this day...
In 1988, Def Leppard became the first act in chart history to sell 7 million copies of 2 consecutive LPs. The first one being Pyromania, featuring that song, among many others, and Hysteria, which became the band's best-selling album, selling over 20 million copies.
That song has been described by Cashbox as a well-crafted, if typical, hard pop outing.
Yeah.
Well-crafted, if typical.
That's accurate.
And
it's not for you.
Not my kind of music. But I wondered a couple of things. First of all, I mean, I knew who Def Leppard was, but I didn't realize they were English.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan, so I didn't. And then the other thing is, they don't know how to spell leopard.
No.
Or deaf for that.
It's deaf you can kind of get away with. It's like, Mo's deaf, definitely.
Hysteria.
Very good.
Joe Elliott proposed.
So cute, Joe Elliott.
Proposed the name Def Leppard, DEAF, and then leopard spelled correctly, LEOPARD. He said, that's what we should name the band, but somebody else said, well, it'll sound cooler. It'll be cooler if we do it this way.
It's like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah. Def Leppard. Yeah. And apparently that song, Photograph, Def Leppard performed it with Taylor Swift at an award show.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, which would be kind of interesting to hear. It's, in 2008, they performed the song with Taylor Swift on CMT Crossroads.
Country music television?
Yeah, Country Music TV, the Crossroads program.
I was at a restaurant in Santa Barbara.
Oh, yeah. I remember this.
And I saw someone who I thought was Joe Elliott from Def Leppard.
Yeah.
And I had to get confirmation. So what do? I take a picture and text it to Gina.
Like a secret picture. Like Carrie's like leaning back
Really?
in this seat. Like,
Yeah.
Is this the guy from Def Leppard?
Was it?
No.
But I told Carrie I can see why you thought that was him, but no.
He was rumpled with the black leather pants.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like last night at our event, the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs was there.
Huh?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes was there
I
last
did not
night.
see him.
Yeah. There's a guy he came up and introduced himself. He said, hi, I'm Bill, you're Bill, right? Yeah. He says, I'm Patrick Mahomes. And I went, okay.
He looks exactly like
he looked almost exactly like Patrick Mahomes.
I would have to take his word for it.
Carrie doesn't know what Patrick Mahomes looks like.
I don't know what he looks like.
He does know what Joe Elliott looks like. He's very close.
Yeah.
Did Def Leppard, their drummer, have lose his leg or something?
Arm.
Yeah. Oh, that's even... Mm-hmm. So then they had to get another drummer?
No, he plays with his feet.
No, I know, but
they built the machine.
But they put a second drum... I mean, they added another drummer to play along with him?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. He lost his arm and he still kept drumming.
I think that's a testament to the band that they're like, no, you're our drummer, no matter how many arms you have.
No matter how many arms you don't have.
Or don't have.
Yeah.
Which gave birth to that bit on Mr. Show about, you kicked me out of the band because I lost my arm. No, we kicked you out of the band because you were a crappy drummer. Before you lost your arm, you were a crappy... That's when we kicked you out.
There's
Love Bites, by the way.
There's another old bit by a British comedy group called Beyond the Fringe, which you've probably heard of, Carrie. And there's a sketch where a guy comes in to audition for the role of Tarzan, and he has only one arm. And they say, well, we don't really have much call for a one-armed Tarzan.
I could do it.
Well, yeah, but you'll be required. I can swing on a vine.
Taylor Hawkins asked Miley Cyrus to perform that song. photograph, I guess.
Maybe.
And she did it in one of his tributes. She did it pretty well. Oh, okay.
Oh, Miley Cyrus does a lot of things well.
No, she's
I learned to like Miley Cyrus when I heard her do the song Wrecking Ball.
You appreciated her in a different way.
Yeah, I went, oh, she knows what she's doing. She can sing.
But you don't appreciate Def Leppard. and
Not
that
really
makes me
much.
sad.
No, it's was there another on this day that we could have done?
I mean, it's. Are you going to play it later, Carrie, or no? Should I?
I am.
You know, you could say it anyway, Gina.
No, because it's not until like 10.
It's Thomas Dolby's birthday.
Thomas Dolby's birthday.
And that was the other choice.
Well, also, it's a sad on this day that I actually was the first thing I floated out to you this morning,
Yeah.
Carrie. It was on this day in 2006, Freddie Fender died of lung cancer.
Oh, wasted days and wasted nights.
Yes.
That's a pretty good song.
Wasted days and wasted nights I have left for you behind.
Is this a later version of it?
For
No.
you don't belong to me.
This is cool. That's a cool
Dedicate this
song.
song to my partner, soul partner, Mr. Duck Sound, better known as Sir Douglas Quintet from San Antonio. Wherever you are, brother.
Sir Douglas Quintet. She's about a mover. That's a great song.
Wasted days and wasted nights
Is this the?
Maybe this is the one I'm thinking.
I have left for you behind.
But of course, really, it's all about.
Oh no! So sad.
What did Freddie die of? What did
Lung cancer.
If he brings you happiness, then I wish you both the best. It's your happiness that matters most of all.
Oh, man.
I hope you appreciate this, Bad Brad.
If he ever
Did you
breaks
ask
your heart,
I just know if he's listening, he's going, yeah.
the teardrop,
This is a great song.
He's doing one of these. Yeah.
I'll be there before the next teardrop falls.
Let's go back to Def Leppard for a second.
Oh, okay.
I was reading about Rick Allen, the drummer who lost his arm. That's not the half of it. He wrecked his car.
Yep.
Yeah.
And his arm was severed.
Yep.
Well, doctors reattached it, but it got an infection in it, and they had to cut it
They
off.
had to cut it off.
They're an arm tease then.
Oh my God!
Oh no, we saved your. Oh, maybe we didn't. Save your arm.
That worked for a little while. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Sorry, no, you can't do it.
Rock till you drop, Carrie.
See, I prefer my Def Leppard with a drummer with both arms,
Oh.
which is why this album, I think, is superior to the rest of them. Because you know, Gina,
Yes.
it's too late for love.
Too late. Too late for.
Like 10 o'clock is too
And
late.
Gina-
for
Way
love.
too late for love.
And when I say that, I'm not
You're bringing on the heart.
fooling.
You're gonna bring on the heartbreak.
Because you are my Rock of Ages.
That kid's offspring stole that from Def Leppard.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, there we go. That's some pretty prime farting around.
That
I'd
was,
say.
I would say, some quality.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
I'm pretty much exhausted. Let's get it over with, shall we? Mm-hmm. We'll take a break here, I believe, and then come back and maybe you want to check in with us. 877-602-9696. That's the number. You can call us if you were with us last night at our event. You might want to add an observation or two. 877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986.
All right, thank you. Wendy's for lunch and dinner. Well, Wendy's every meal of the day, actually. Because I've been talking about the pretzel, the return of the pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger, and the people listening in the mornings have been saying, I'm just talking about the burger, I wind up driving to Wendy's and getting breakfast. But make a plan for lunch or dinner to get the Wendy's Pretzel Bacon Pub Cheeseburger. It is back by your demand and just as delicious as you remember it. We got, of course, all the great ingredients. You start with the fresh, never frozen, hot and juicy patty. And then you get that one-of-a-kind pretzel bun. Then on top of that, you stack all this stuff. Warm, savory beer cheese, applewood smoked bacon, crispy fried onions, Munster cheese, pickles, and the smoky honey mustard. All stacked up right there in your hand just for you. You're going to love it. Get a Dr. Pepper to wash it all down with. Be sure to stop by for lunch. Pick it up, the Pretzel Bacon Pub Burger. Start ordering it. Get yours today at participating Wendy's for a limited time. Dr. Pepper is a registered trademark of Dr. Pepper /7UP Inc.
Carrie
I'm a man. I'm a full-grown man. I'm a man. I'm a rolling stone. I'm a man.
And now, here are Carrie and Bill with another episode of Things Men Would Never Say.
I made it through the rain. I kept myself respected. I made it through the rain.
God, I just love Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
He is one heavy dude. Sing me a little bit more of that, would you, Carrie?
I can't. I'm starting to mist up, and it's too hard to drive when you're all teary.
Yeah. Where the hell are we, anyway? I mean, you said you knew where the bookstore was. We're going to be late for the Terry Tempest Williams in-store book signing.
Well, I thought I knew, but I guess we're lost.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to pull over and ask for directions. Oh, by the way, how was your date last night?
No, fine, I guess. The spaghetti factory was good, as usual, but when we got back to her place, all she wanted was sex, sex, sex. I mean, I get so flippin' tired of that. Why can't some women realize that it's possible to be friends without having sex get in the way?
Well, I wouldn't have thought that she would be like that. I mean, she seems like one of the sensitive types. Well, you like her, don't you?
Well, yeah, I like her, but just not in that way. I mean, she seems like one of the sensitive types, you're right, but she doesn't really excite me sexually. I mean, for one thing, her breasts are just too darn big.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I know what you mean. What's your ideal woman look like?
Oh, that's really easy. That chick on Murder, She Wrote.
Angela Lansbury?
Yeah.
Just thinking about her, and I'm pitching a tent.
Yeah. Hey, pull over here at this 7-Eleven, will you? And I'll ask for directions to the bookstore. Ah, dang, it's raining out. Have you got a rain hat that I can borrow?
Well, I couldn't find mine when I left the house, and so I just put this bread sack over my head.
All right, well, give me that then. That's going to look pretty silly, but I didn't spend 3 hours and $50 at the salon to have this hair ruined in the rain.
Hey, careful, don't slip. I made it through the rain. I kept my point of view.
Join Carrie and Bill again soon for more of the things men would never say here on X96.
I'm a man. I'm a full-grown man. I'm a man. I'm a rolling stone.
let's get this over with.
I just want to hear Nancy Pelosi say poo-poo again. That's, the moon. Let's do that, and then we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 if you've a mind to do it. Gina, do we have a sponsor?
We do. Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. To see if Advantage U is right for you, visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
78.9% of full as the moon gradually wanes away. The moon will set today at 12:45 p.m. Today being Friday. It's the 14th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022. I believe there are 25 days left until the midterm elections. And this is the, after 8,000 episodes, it's all downhill from here edition of the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That is Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer, and we have Cameron Diaz and Dawson helping out as well. And yes, these are the same clothes I was wearing last night, and no, I did not sleep in them. I didn't
Were
sleep
they
in
in
these
a
clothes.
pile on the floor and you just stepped back
Yes,
into them?
kind of. Yes, that was kind of it. It's National I Love You Day.
Aw.
It's a day to appreciate families and friends as well as anyone you hold dear. And if you don't know how to do that, we'll give you a suggestion or two.
No.
It's Be Bold and Be Free Day and National Dessert Day, Gina. Calories do not count today.
Okay.
All right? So eat whatever you want.
How did they do that?
I don't know.
It's magic.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
See, the phones are burning up, huh?
yeah. Let's
Yeah.
begin. It's Larry from Ogden.
Hey, Larry.
Larry.
Terry Bill and Gina.
Larry,
I
how
love
are
to
you?
smoke pot and eat cake. I love to smoke pot and eat cake.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Terry, Bill, and Gina.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus. I got new respect for that girl. She sang a song with Melanie, and the Melanie song was called "Look What They Done to My Song." You remember that?
I do remember that song, yes. What
Yeah,
have they
she
it's
did a
what
great-
it's what have they done to my song, I believe.
Yes, what they have done to my song,
Yeah,
Mom,
right.
or something
Mhm,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But I noticed that you guys didn't have your sponsor as Taco Bell today, so I can do this joke. Are you ready, Kerry?
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
He wants you to
Hey,
get ready
there
with
was
the
a guy
rim
this
shot.
morning-
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
There you go. There was a guy this morning on the news, here in the national news I was watching, and some guy spent $28 at Taco Bell. But did you guys know that there's more beef in an earthworm than there is in Taco Bell's beef meat?
That wasn't quite
That's not really
What?
very
the joke.
that doesn't work,
oh,
Larry. That's
Sorry,
not it.
Larry.
It's not
Got to workshop that one.
I screwed. Hey, I was waiting for Bill to tell me when it was time for the moon harvest, so I'm on it.
Go get it, Larry. Go harvest.
Thank you, Bill.
All
you
right.
guys have a great weekend. Thanks for having me.
All right, see
Thanks,
you later.
Larry.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
There he goes.
That was really a bad joke. So it's safe to call in now if you want. 877-602-9696. We've rid the lines of Larry. So
I'd go as far as to say that you could follow that.
yeah,
Yeah,
easily.
easily.
Yeah.
Let's see. Johnny B. checking in from New Orleans, giving our livers a good workout. Tim the Tree Guy checking in. Good to see Tim and Meg the Manager last night. What is the email address for Radio from Hell? It's radiofromhell@x96.com.
Simple as that.
Checking in. I was at the event last night. Had a fantastic time. It's funny to see Bill drunk.
I didn't touch a drop last
That
night.
is not true.
I was what?
You were drunk when I picked you up.
Yeah, that's true.
Before we even
I
got
had
to
I didn't have to drive, so I had a cocktail while I was waiting for Gina to pick me up.
And then we had the Water Pocket Distillery there, which was actually, that was really delicious. I like that.
I like that whiskey.
Robert's
Robert's
Roost.
Roost is really good stuff.
Yeah, you can, and it's smooth. You can drink it. We just drank it straight, no ice or anything. I really didn't have much though.
Let's see. Yeah, the podcast we recorded will be available sometime today or tomorrow.
Today, I think. Katie
said she'd put it up.
I'm not putting any pressure on her. So if she wants to get it out tomorrow, that's fine too. Let's see. Okay.
That it?
I'm coming down with a cold.
Uh-oh.
What a way to head into the weekend. Lunch lady Katie checking in. No school for me. Make your own lunch.
Demetra's online.
Oh, it's Demetra. Hi, Demetra.
Good morning.
Hi. I had a great time last night. It was tons of fun. I hadn't seen Trent Harris in person that I knew it was him since the premiere of Plan 10 from Outer Space at Sundance decades ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was really nice. I got bold and took myself downtown. I haven't done that in like 20 years either. So it was really fun.
Well, thanks for coming.
Well, thanks for coming. I know it was hard for you. You're kind of a bit agoraphobic.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
I went up.
I'm disappointed that you didn't come and say hi.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I was too chicken to go up front. I saw you guys walking up, and I waved, hoping you'd notice, but, there are a lot of people there. And but I did go up, and I saw Jimmy Johns when he went to talk, and so afterwards I kind of went over and said hi to him, and it was so sweet. He introduced me to Brett, and he gave me a great big hug.
Oh,
Just such nice people.
Yeah.
Really nice people.
Yes,
I think so.
Very nice.
So anyway, that's all. I hope you have a great day.
All right.
Thanks.
Have
Thanks,
a nice
Demetra.
weekend after all this.
So long.
We'll see you.
For as rotten as we are, we sure have nice listeners.
I know,
don't know how
right?
that works.
That's really strange, I think.
Crafty Lindsay checking in, who was there last night. Thanks for the show. Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Cement Dave apologize for missing the event last night.
They came to the squatters thing, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Brought me more soap. I've been using Cement Dave, Mr. and Mrs. Cement Dave soap for a while now.
Oh, you
I
have
put it.
now.
I put it in my underwear drawer, and it keeps it everything smelling nice.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see what we've with that fall break. I expect most people are down in Disneyland, but if you're not and out driving around and see something, you can text us if it's safe for you to text 33986 and let us know what you're seeing. Right now, everything looks like it's moving very well. Don't have any accidents to tell you about. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. You've got full strength big boy news and opinioendo coming up in our next break. Stand by for that. Sean Means will be here at 7 to review movies for us, everything that's opening this weekend. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. Try the Big O brand tire. They're really good. I use them on my car, and there's a sale on Big O brand tires right now. $100 off select sets of 4 Big O brand tires. They're newly designed. They have a new tread pattern on them. Really nice tires. And then you can save $190 on select sets of Michelin or BF Goodrich tires after a mail-in rebate.
Those are just the tires.
They do more.
That you can do. They do all kinds of stuff. Get your car ready for winter. Oil changes, alignments, tire rotation, batteries, lift and leveling kits, brakes, shocks, struts, multi-point vehicle inspections.
I'd like to have a leveling kit of my own just at home. I could use that from time to time. Big O Tires, I'm sure there's one near you because there are lots of them, 50 of them along the Wasatch Front. Find your local Big O Tire store. You can make an appointment, too, online. Just go to bigotires.com.
Friday morning, I'm backing out of my driveway, and I see some water, a little bit of water there. Now, my water main is out in front, and it's in the middle of an elevated kind of a growing area, and it's surrounded by rose bushes.
Okay.
And And so I saw some water coming out there.
From there?
From there. And I thought to myself, well, that's probably just a broken sprinkler head or something.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't appear to be that much from where I'm sitting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take care of it when I get home. So then I get text from Sue while we were in our meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard you talking about this.
What's going on? You know, there's like a lot of water out there.
Mm.
I said, oh, I was going to shut it off when I got home.
You didn't think it was that big a deal.
I didn't, and that was the problem. I should have let her know that I saw water in the morning so that she could go out and look at it. It turned out to be more than just a little problem. It was the main.
It busted?
Busted, and was leaking water. It was a river of water.
Yeah.
So we called the plumber, called two plumbers.
Mm-hmm.
Sue did. And the first plumber says, well, here's what I can do with a patch, but I can't do it until Monday.
Just let it gush until Monday?
Well, and I'm like, well, what about the water? And he goes, well, I can't get in there.
Is it like it'll undermine your driveway and?
Well, I mean, it's just a lot of wasted water, and I'm paying for it. You know, it's my.
Is it? It's not going to do any damage?
It wouldn't do any damage, I don't think. Not that much.
Okay.
But it's just wasted water.
Yeah.
So then the second plumber comes, and he says, here's what's going on. Your main is like 4 feet underground, and we're going to have to go in there, dig all that out,
Yeah.
fix the leak.
Yep.
He says, but then, he says, you're an older home, so you got this galvanized pipe, and he starts going into it. And he says, what I would recommend, and this is not me trying to gouge you, what I would recommend is that we just go in there and we replace everything.
Oh, wow.
Including the main all the way into the house,
Mm-hmm.
and then the gear stuff, the main switch inside the house. So we should replace all that.
Yeah.
He says, because, it's old,
it's time.
It's time. Let's just do it. And we went, okay, let's do that. So, well, what do we do in the meantime with all this water? He's like, well, what I'd do first of all, this is the plumber, is fill up your bathtubs with water. Why is that? He goes, so you can go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I said, what? No, you're not going to the bathroom in the tub. You're going to be taking buckets of
Using
water.
it to flush.
To flush so that you can still flush.
Yeah.
It's like the olden days, Carrie.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be without water for a while.
And he says and then fill up as many containers as you can of water throughout the house. And I says, well, how do we shut off this water? And he goes, well, I can't do that. You got to call the city. God. So we call the city. And it's like, yeah, we'll get up there when we can to shut off the water. And I wasn't happy about having the water shut off. Because we're having people over on Friday. I'm like, I'm sure somebody's going to need to use the bathroom. I'm going to ask them, hey, would you fill up the thing?
Yes,
no.
Scoop the bucket out of the...
Yeah. Could
Give
you?
them a bucket.
If you would, please.
Use the backyard.
So luckily my yard guy Spiro showed up. And if anybody knows how to go around the system, it's my yard guy Spiro. He says, oh, I can shut off your main, sure. I can show you how to shut it off.
I'm not supposed to, but
I'm
I
not
can
supposed
do...
to.
Uh-huh.
But I'll show you.
All
Here's
right.
how you do it, and here's how you can turn it back on. So if you want to shower, just turn it on.
Oh,
and then
I see.
So Spiro comes through in a clinch. But today, that means they're going to have to be doing all this. So the whole weekend, we've been without water.
So you haven't been turning it off and on?
We turn it off and on once a day for like an hour.
Like it's shower time?
So it's like we all jumped in the
dishes.
shower yesterday. We did dishes and all of that stuff for an hour yesterday. And
How come a plumber couldn't figure out how to turn it off?
Well, it's not figuring it out. There's probably a
not
a
supposed to do it?
liability reason.
Liabilities and ethics and things like
You're
that.
not supposed to.
That's the city's thing. The main is the meter is the city's thing, and that's not what I do.
So God bless Spiro, Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie, my friend, I show you how to.
Spiro will go around the law.
Yeah, I
He
don't
will.
care.
He's got no problem. So yeah, it's weird because I've been waterless all weekend, and I've been, besides the shower thing, which is a problem. I showered yesterday. I'm not showered now, so I'm staying away from you guys.
Oh, you're fine.
But I realize how much water I waste just doing things, like brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
That's just one example.
Do you let the water run while you brush teeth?
I don't, but even then, I don't need to even have that much water to brush your teeth.
You need a little.
Yeah, you need maybe 6 to 8 ounces.
Just
If that.
Wet the brush and the paste.
Wet the brush and the paste, rinse
that's it.
the whole thing. You know, you don't need that much water to do a lot of the things that you need.
This is a good learning experience.
Yeah, you know, and the big containers of water that we've got up in the kitchen for drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about how much water I waste on a daily basis.
Yeah, you don't need. You can. You got whiskey.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
don't need to drink water.
Exactly. But what happened as soon as Spiro turned off the main? What happened?
I don't know.
I walked in the house and I was immediately thirsty. I think it was a cycle, and I've been thirsty all weekend.
I was thirsty and I had to pee.
I am thirsty all weekend because of that, because I know I don't have any water.
Now, so have you done the bucket thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A few times now.
They
canceled it.
They canceled it.
Yeah, they're supposed to reschedule. I've got
some medical issues.
I've got tickets hanging on my wall at home.
Yeah,
I think it was supposed to be November 5th or something like that.
We'll ask.
They'll reschedule it.
We'll ask around, find out. All right, big boy news and opinioendo, full strength. Brought to you by
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. See if Advantage U is right for you. Visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
I want to really congratulate Senator Mike Lee for having the balls to, while the January 6th hearing was going on yesterday, to text me.
Me too.
And say, the Democrats and my opponent think this race is a lock for them. Can you give $5 to help me prove it's not over? Thanks, Mike Lee.
Did you give him $5?
Christ, no.
I reported it as spam.
Oh, good. Every Republican was distracting during the hearing yesterday.
I think it's
every one of them.
I think it's pretty interesting that he, in capital letters, though, said, "Help me prove it's not over," because I think he's afraid that it is. Let's see. That just made me so made my skin crawl. A Utah father and his son pleaded guilty on Thursday to a misdemeanor from the U.S. Capitol insurrection. Bradley Bukowski of Eagle Mountain and his son Matthew R. Bukowski pleaded guilty to a count of parading, demonstrating, or picketing on the Capitol grounds. A judge in Washington, D.C. scheduled a sentencing for January 17th. They are not accused. Those two are not accused of violence or vandalism, so they are free at this point. Most defendants who have pleaded guilty to such a charge have been sentenced to probation. There is no evidence that they actively They went into the Capitol, but they didn't do anything violent.
They didn't poop?
Yeah. An affidavit from the FBI said that the Bureau received a tip about social media posts by Matthew Bukowski. That's the genius of these kinds of people.
Yeah.
They did tweets and things from the Capitol while they were there,
Well, they were proud of it.
making it very easy for them to... and
They're a patriot. They want everyone to know it.
Kerry referencing poop. Nancy Pelosi was trying to get things under control while the rioters were in the Capitol.
The thing that she was accused of not doing.
She was being a leader.
Yes, and she was calling the governor of, I think, Maryland to see if they could send the National Guard and
the mayor
Virginia.
of D.C.
Yeah, mayor of D.C.
And a whole bunch of different avenues to try and. But then at one point she said they are, and she used the S word once. You know, there's S all over. They're defecating, and then she said it's going to take a long time to clean up all the poo-poo.
But then the other quote, which was not in the hearing, was a thing from CNN, was at one point, and she's on film saying this, that Trump...
Well, because it's when Trump was trying to get them to drive him up to the Capitol, when he was still trying to get the Secret Service to drive him up there, and they weren't, and she was saying, if he comes up here, I'm going to punch him.
I'm going to punch him. I'm going to go to jail, and I'll be happy, is what she said.
The quote is, tell him if he comes here, we're going to go to the White House, and then he says, if he comes here, I'm going to punch him in the face. I hope he comes. I'll punch him out. I've been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and then I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be very happy about it.
Why I love
She's
that.
a feisty little thing, isn't
But everybody on the right said, why didn't Nancy Pelosi do anything about this? She was trying to. You were lying, okay?
It's so, let's see what else.
She was acting presidential.
The one thing that I have a problem with is that the Secret Service knew about this, knew that there was an armed mob going to come on January 6th. They knew about it way before it happened.
Oh, yeah.
At least certainly the day before, according to the House Select Committee investigating it. The tip was relayed to the agency by the FBI, according to Representative Adam Schiff. He revealed that in the committee's final public hearing yesterday. Quote, they think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. Their plan is to literally kill people.
Yes.
Please take this tip seriously, the tipster said, referring to the Proud Boys street gang. I don't know what happened there, and I think the committee's...
I know what happened there. The Secret Service has a rotten core.
I think the committee is trying to get to the bottom of that as well. And
the Secret Service was trying to get Pence out of there, not for his safety, but so he couldn't transfer power. That's why.
The committee will release a report, and I think that's one of the things they said, that investigation into the Secret Service, their findings will be released in the report. They didn't talk about it yesterday much, but...
And they subpoenaed Donald Trump, the biggest part you aren't mentioning.
Yes, Donald Trump, they said at the end of the hearing, and Liz Cheney got the privilege of saying the committee is issuing a subpoena to the president. He's got to come and testify. And Donald Trump's response was, I don't know why they didn't ask me earlier. They should have asked me earlier. It'll be interesting to see if he goes.
He's so cocky. I think he thinks he can go and just say his lies to them, and it won't affect him.
If
he wants to talk.
If someone ignores a congressional subpoena, what happens? Well, if lawmakers want to punish somebody who ignores a congressional subpoena, they typically first hold the offender in contempt of Congress. And then they can go to the Justice Department and say, you should arrest this person. They recommend to the Justice Department that the person...
What they did with Steve Bannon.
Yeah, and they recommend that the person be arrested. Doesn't happen very often. Typically, it ends with the person coming to Congress, taking the Fifth Amendment, but they also are able to get a lot of documents when they do that. So it gives them the right to say, you have to turn over anything you have or we'll go and seize it.
Jamie Raskin, I heard him interviewed this morning, and he said a subpoena means your freedom is in your hands. You can come, and like Bill said, you can come and not say anything, but you have to show up.
Taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. I think it's disgraceful.
Yeah.
Another stories here. 5 people were killed by a shooter who opened fire along a walking trail in North Carolina on yesterday. The shooter eluded officers for hours before he was cornered in a home and arrested. An off-duty police officer was among those killed by the suspect, who police only describe at this point as a white juvenile male. He was arrested at 9:30 in the evening in North Carolina, apparently random. Just, somebody wanting to inflict violence and mayhem. Let's see. Cuba Gooding Jr. isn't going to jail, and there are a lot of people upset by that. Yeah. His forcible touching case faded to black yesterday with no jail time for the movie star. Some of the dozens of women who have accused him of groping, unwanted kissing, and other inappropriate behavior criticized the outcome as simply a slap on the wrist and a slap in the face to the victims. Cuba Gooding Jr. Avoided prison time because he complied with the terms of a conditional plea agreement that saw him plead guilty to charges involving just one of what prosecutors have said were allegations from at least 30 women, many of them at New York City nightclubs. But he complied with all of the terms of his plea agreement, and so they said you don't have to go to jail. Let's see. Oh, the Union Station up in Ogden. Beautiful, beautiful old building. Yes. One of the most iconic attractions in Ogden. There are proposed visions for that station, and those visions are getting harsh criticism and pushback from some community residents. Steve Jones, the chairman of the Golden Spike Railroad Historical Society, said he's upset by what he alleges are plans to get the historic building to gut the historic building to make way for a new development. According to Jones, to move or gut the historical location used to show and tell Ogden's history would take away from the city's character, which has drawn many to settle roots in Ogden. Teresa Holmes, a Union Station docent, claimed during a public comment portion at the city council that she was made to sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding plans for the station.
They're not going to tear it down, are they?
Well, that's the allegation. She said exhibits are being taken down, and some people working at Union Station say that the hours of operation have been cut intentionally to make it appear as though the public doesn't have much interest in the building anymore. So the visitors are declining. Well, the visitors are declining because they cut the hours. The intention is, someone says, though, the intention is to do a full restoration of the main lobby and the building's exterior.
Okay.
We're not getting rid of the museums, as said Brandon Cooper, Ogden City Director of Community and Economic Development. So they're saying no, but the people, the docents who work there.
Restoration would be a good thing if they fix it up.
It's in pretty good shape now. I mean, it's I don't think it needs a lot, but anyway, it'll be it's going to be a fight for a while, I think. And finally, this story. This is just wrong. Clamonese.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Clam flavored mayonnaise.
Ugh.
Clamonese.
Clamonese.
This sounds awful.
I can't imagine. Launched at Target for $9.99.
What?
Clamonese is billed as the world's only tangy, garlicky mayonnaise made with real clams.
What'd you even do with that?
In a tweet, the maker said, "We worked with a team of chefs and food scientists to bring you delicious mayo made with real clams, inspired by the classic dish, Larry King's favorite, Clams Casino, with notes of garlic, bacon, and white wine. It's like hitting the jackpot inside your mouth."
No.
It sounds bad to me, but there you go.
Well, now that you describe it, I'm curious.
Oh. And is it Clamato or Clamato?
It's Clamato.
You say Clamato, I say.
Oh, by the way, each jar of Clamonese contains an all-new clam pack, a free mystery prize in the mayonnaise.
Okay.
Carrie, it's prizing in your condiments.
Finally.
We have hidden a unique prize and a pack of 30 all-new Cards Against Humanity cards inside every jar.
What?
Oh.
Customers can win real pearls, Clamonese merchandise, clam-themed vacations, or even a one-of-a-kind Toyota Camry.
Now I'm thinking this is all a joke. Is this a real?
I don't know.
Okay.
It says it's Hellman's Clamonese.
How do you put prizes in
I don't
Mayo?
know. I don't know.
Fine.
How do you...
Fine.
Somebody get to the bottom of this for us, will you? Oh, there's an ad for it.
All
right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, last season, Real Salt Lake qualified for the MLS playoffs on the final day of the regular season, and they got in as the 7th seed. They pulled off a couple upsets and advanced all the way to the Western Conference Final. This season, RSL beat Portland on the final day, earned the 7th seed again, and they face a heavily favored Austin FC in the first round on Sunday. We've got lots of football this weekend, college football. Big game between USC and the Utes. That will be right up by your house, Bill, in the evening.
Yeah, thanks for telling everybody that.
Yep. BYU has an afternoon game against Arkansas. Utah State will be on the road at Colorado State, and Weber State on the road at Portland State. And the Qatar World Cup has revealed that there will be special zones available at the tournament that will allow drunk people to sober up.
Huh.
To host the tournament, Qatar has had to open up areas that will permit the sale of alcohol rather than being restricted to just hotel bars, which is usually what they do in Qatar. They're like, if you want to have this event, people expect to be able to drink. Alcohol will be available to purchase in fan zones and outside the stadiums, which this all starts on November 20th. And, of course, Qatar is a very Muslim nation, and public drunkenness, not familiar with that in the country, but they are going to... I don't think you're going to want to get drunk there. You want to keep your drinking to a minimum because...
Cops.
They're going to put you in a sober zone.
Yeah.
And my guess is the sober zone where they stick you to sober up is not a pleasant place to be.
It's not a hotel room.
No. And during Wednesday night's San Diego Padres Los Angeles Dodgers game at Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, a gray goose landed on the field in the bottom of the 8th inning, prompting...
A bottle of vodka?
No. An actual
goose
landed. And the way they caught him was they got a garbage can and were chasing him around the field to try to scoop him up into the garbage can.
Did that ultimately work?
Yeah. Much to the delight of the sold-out crowd. They were chanting, goose, goose, goose.
I'm betting they were drunk, too.
Padres won the Division Series game, and the teams are tied at 1 win apiece, and they'll face off again tonight in San Diego. That's your sports weather. It's this beautiful, sunny, warm, weird fall weather where you can go out and do all of your weird, sunny, warm fall things. 74, 74, 74, 73, all the way through till next Thursday. We stay in the 70s, no rain in the forecast, no nothing. We're going to choose to enjoy it rather than be afraid of it because this is 10 degrees more than it should be this time of year. Traffic, let me refresh this. I know it's fall break and lots of folks are out of town and off in Disneyland or something, but let's see if anybody's on the roads. Nope. If you are, you're behaving yourself because there's no accidents out there. And let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in via text at 33986. I'm not even getting reports from out of the state, which sometimes we get from our listeners that live other places. So looks like traffic is good all over the United States of America.
Wow.
That's nice.
Horror film buffs, check out Salt Lake Film Society's Tower of Terror at Broadway Cinemas Friday and Saturday nights all October. Use the code RFHHorror to buy one, get one tickets at slfstix.org.
I'm looking at the Clamonets website. The last thing it says on here is this real? It is all real. The mayo is real. The card pack is real. The prizes are real. Clamonets is one of the last bastions of truth in a post-truth world. And you can get all kinds of merchandise, including clam jammas, which are pajamas with pictures of clams all over.
I applaud this marketing department. They're going all in.
We're getting quite a few comments about it. They'll feed you Clamonets at the Sober Zone to help you sober up. Lindsay says, I'll buy it. It'll be a nice addition to my bare fridge full of expired condiments.
There are chunks in my Clamonets. The answer is, that's fresh chopped garlic, baby. I like this.
Tyler says, during Black Friday 2021, Cards Against Humanity paid tens of thousands of people $5 each to tweet at Hellman's official account, sharing what appears to be an actual jar of the condiment from the 1990s. Hashtag bring black Clamanaise.
So this was like a...
Trended on Twitter, and the Hellman's account even chimed in. So this is Hellman's follow-up to a Black Friday prank from Cards Against Humanity.
I am so happy that they followed through with it. That's
and I
pretty
think
cool.
they've made it.
Okay.
Here's a list of the ingredients.
I'm compelled to try it now.
Other than the clams, it sounds good.
Well, you won't eat clams.
No, but
I
like
love
the
clams.
garlic and that all sounds good.
Clams Casino.
Someone also suggests the new Utah State slogan is Sober Zone. All right. Well, let's take a break. We'll be back. Sean Means will be here to review movies, everything that's opening this weekend. I hope he saw the Halloween movie. So we'll find out if he did. Coming up after this. KXRK Provo. Stand by for that. Oh, I got to tell you about brooklinen.com. Brooklinen. I'm not a napper.
Oh, come on, Carrie, be a napper.
No.
I'm not a napper, but today I've scheduled one.
They're wonderful.
And it's going to be great because of my Brooklinen sheets. And I love my Brooklinen sheets. They also have a new rewards program that makes earning bonus points a breeze with bonuses for referrals and birthdays. Once you register, you're automatically a silver member, so you can start reaping the benefits at your very first order. So if you're looking for the basics, Brooklinen's bedding basics, take your bedroom up to the next level. Down comforter, pillows make perfect foundation for, what you do in bed, sipping hot chocolate, watching your favorite shows, working. Those are the only things that I can think of.
I lift weights.
In bed.
Yeah.
It makes it better. For everything you do in bed, check out brooklinen.com today for their luxurious home and bedding essentials. Use the promo code X96. You'll get $20 off plus free shipping on your purchase of $100 or more. That's BROOKLINEN.com with the promo code X96 with $20 off plus free shipping.
Hi, Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning. I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
You should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that. If all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
happy to help.
Yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
seems a little early at 95.
It would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step back because he farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite. I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what it is...
If you were a woman, you'd be upset about healthcare.
I think what it is that I've just become I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has
he
dwarfism.
He said I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't give a good God.
There you go. There's
about
the man. There's the man.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug
There it
son
is.
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want it.
They
want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it.
Y'all
Don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness.
I can ask if you want that to be your new intro.
I was going to say we should have that be Sean's new intro. That
means we'd have to hear it every Friday, though.
That'd be okay.
Is this sponsored?
Yes, brought to you by Water Pocket Distillery's new barrel strength light whiskey. Water Pocket has opened a satellite distillery called Robbers Roost Distillery at Etta Place Cidery in Torrey. That's right near Capitol Reef National Park. You can learn more on Instagram and Facebook at Robbers Roost Spirits. And we had some last night, and it was delicious.
It was.
Oh, that's not.
No. You can get rid of that entirely.
There was some slight movement there. Here we go.
Here he is. Sean Patrick Means is here to review a couple of movies for us. Sean is the culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can see his work there, sltrib.com. He's also a fine movie reviewer, and you can find his movie reviews where, Sean?
Moviecricket.net.
Okay. What have you got here?
Well, we got two movies to talk about today, and they're both pretty good, I think. Excuse me. We'll start with Rosaline.
This is an interesting concept, I think.
Mm-hmm. This is streaming on Hulu, and it's sort of the perfect sort of under-the-radar kind of movie.
Mm-hmm.
Rosaline is played by Caitlin Dever, who was one of the stars of Booksmart.
Okay.
She's the one who's not Beanie Feldstein.
Oh.
So.
She's funny, though.
Oh, she's very funny. She's very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
She plays an independent, free-thinking young woman who wants a career as a cartographer. Problem is, it's Verona in the 1600s.
Fair Verona, please.
And
where we lay our scene.
Right. Her only career option is to accept one of the men her father brings in for an arranged marriage. Rosaline is also secretly in love, but she and her boyfriend have to keep it on the down low. They make a plan to meet at her dad's annual masquerade ball so they can dance without getting caught. But Rosaline gets stranded with another of her dad's marriage candidates, and the boyfriend ends up dancing with somebody else. Okay, now we have to put some names on here now.
Yeah.
The boyfriend is Romeo Montague, and the girl he meets at the ball is Rosaline's cousin, Juliet Capulet.
Oh,
so this is Romeo's now ex-girlfriend.
Is this a tale of woe?
This is for somebody it might be. So Rosaline decides she's going to break them up and let's rewrite literature's greatest romance. So this is pretty funny stuff because applying a modern eye to the cliches of romance that go all the way back 400 plus years.
Now let me ask you this. I think I know the answer, but is the dialogue in the Shakespearean style?
No. I mean, there are references here and there, but mostly it's very modern.
Okay, good.
It's based on a novel that actually is set in modern day California, but they just
So
pushed it
put
back
it where it should be. Yeah.
Right. Deaver is hilarious here. She has a real knack for this sort of snarky, funny line delivery. Juliet is played by Isabella Merced, who was in the live-action Dora the Explorer movie a couple years ago. And Rosaline's dad is Bradley Whitford, and I'm sorry, Get Out ruined him for me. I just because he's understanding dad in this one. So,
okay.
Christopher McDonald plays her uncle. And I barely recognized him. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh.
But
he's in Hacks.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Rosaline's going to be the next great slumber party movie.
You think so?
Yeah.
You've made me interested.
I like the premise.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. And of course, the guy that she's supposed to be in the arranged marriage with turns out to be like young and hot and maybe a better fit for her than Romeo. So. Anyway, 3 stars, and it's on Hulu. So.
3 stars for Rosaline on Hulu. All right, now this other one is on Peacock and in theater.
Yes.
Halloween Ends.
Halloween Ends. I know this is going to be divisive because I think some people will be fascinated by it, and some people will hate it because there's not enough Michael Myers.
There's not enough Michael Myers.
Right.
Well, I mean, this one is the third of that trilogy that they made.
Right.
And they say this is the last.
Laurie Strode.
Right.
Laurie Strode. Yeah. I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis has said this is the last time I will play Laurie Strode.
This is it for her. Yeah. And this, I mean, they seem to mean it this time. And the idea that there's not enough Michael Myers in here. I mean, think about it though. In the original Halloween franchise, the third movie didn't have any Michael Myers in it.
Yeah.
I was so confused by that, by the way.
Season of the Witch.
Yeah.
I think the idea at the time was that Halloween was just going to be a blanket sort of anthology or something.
But people hated it, so they went back to it.
Although people have gone back to reappreciate it as if you didn't call it a Halloween movie, it would still be an okay movie. So
it was the masks that would, explode on Halloween.
They'd make everybody's faces, turn gooey.
So this one takes place, 3 years?
This is 4 years.
4 years.
Since the end of Halloween Kills.
Which you did not care for.
I hated that movie.
Yeah.
And in part, and I think I really liked the first one.
No, I thought the first one was great.
The first one was a great sort of resetting of the whole thing.
The second one seemed like a placeholder because we have to have a trilogy.
Right.
To me.
Right. And
I still enjoyed it.
Also, I didn't like the fact they killed off my favorite character. And for what apparently was no good reason, even by horror standards. So 4 years later, Haddonfield, the small town where this all happens, seems to have calmed down. Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis, has calmed down too. She's writing her memoir. She's living in a nice house with her granddaughter Allison, who's now a nurse. Andy Matichek is the actress who plays.
Yes,
and she's been in the trilogy. She's been in all 3. Laurie even tries to set up Allison with a nice guy in town named Corey, played by Rohan Campbell. And Corey has a dark past involving there's an accident when he was babysitting 3 years earlier that is the prologue to the movie.
Okay.
Bad thing happens to a kid. So
all this babysitting stuff.
Yeah. Well, babysitters are Michael Myers' natural target.
Babysitters are prey.
He's sort of harassed around town, and Laurie recognizes him as sort of a fellow outcast. Because Laurie gets outcast too, because there's still people in the town that think that she led Michael Myers on all those years. So, but just as Corey is starting to date Allison, Corey also has another fateful meeting with Michael Myers, who's been lying low. And when they meet, Michael doesn't kill Corey because it seems like he recognizes a kindred spirit.
Oh.
And somehow some of Michael's evil rubs off on Corey.
I see.
And then that's when the murders start.
I see.
I see. Okay. There we go.
Some diehards are going to be mad that Michael's out of the picture for as long as he is here. But, like I said, it's still more than Season of the Witch. So, yeah. I liked how they seem to try something interesting here, which is to examine the different layers of evil that can sort of wrap up a town.
Okay.
There's Michael's sort of, all on his own, sort of evil. And then there's other kinds of sort of more mundane evil. And sort of comparing one to the other is I thought, a really interesting way to tell the story. And I think there's still enough blood and guts here to satisfy all the fans. And you do get eventually the the final confrontation between Michael and Laurie.
Yes.
So you do get this.
Oh, it's not Donald Pleasance.
No Donald Pleasance this time. They haven't figured out a way to resurrect his corpse.
Professor Loomis.
Yeah. So I'm giving it 3 stars. It's in theaters. It's on it's streaming on Peacock. I think it kind of works. I know it was funny because after the movie, I heard like some 20-somethings outside the theater going, "That was the worst thing ever." And it's like, you didn't even get Michael, and and so
it was too thinky.
You're never going to satisfy everybody.
Too much talking.
They don't appreciate the character.
Yeah.
Too much talking, not enough hacking.
Mm-hmm. So, your mileage may vary, but I give 3 stars.
I don't recall that there was any dialogue at all in the first one. I don't think
there was quite a bit. Yeah, there was quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That movie, do they still use the same John Carpenter music?
Carpenter and his son and another composer did the music for this one. Because and you still get the classic theme song. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
cool.
That's
cool.
Okay, so that'll be good for getting ready for the holiday coming up for Halloween. You have any other recommendations for scary movies to watch?
Oh boy,
off the top of your head,
nothing off the top of my head.
How about we just send you to the Broadway for their Tower of Terror?
I've not seen. Have you seen It Follows?
Oh yeah, great.
I have
movie.
not seen that.
I did.
Great,
good.
Pretty scary.
Great twist on the final girl sort of
setup.
The other one that was just was out a couple of weeks ago that's still floating around is Barbarian.
Oh yes,
which was a mind trip. Yeah, that'll do a number on you.
So that'll be one to look up.
Hereditary is pretty good too. It's really scary, and then the end just goes bat-esque crazy. You go, what?
That's one of the Tower.
That was all filmed here in Utah.
Yep.
Yes.
In Salt Lake and Park City.
The Maryland Apartments.
All right. Well, thank you, Sean.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Of course, moviecricket.net is where you go to see all of his stuff. Thank you very much. What's next week?
Black Adam.
Oh, yes.
And for Gina, Ticket to Paradise.
Finally, the whole rest of the world has seen it, and we haven't seen it.
Is this the Clooney Julia?
Yes.
The Clooney Julia movie, yes.
Oh.
I don't know. Clooney, it seems a little forced on the part of Clooney to me.
Well, and the daughter in there is Caitlin Dever. So.
Oh, okay.
Why has the whole world seen it but not us?
Film festivals.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, where are you? What's everybody doing? You sleeping in?
Come out wherever you are.
You on fall break? For whatever reason, you have a wonderful commute waiting for you if you're getting ready to leave the house. No accidents, no slowdowns, nothing. If you do see that change, you can text us 33986. If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, Pokemon, Haster has it. Haster also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Haster Games, 6831 South State, open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at HasterGames.com.
Boners coming up. Here are the ones you will vote for. There are 3 candidates. Number 1, he somehow managed to elude cops for 2 weeks. Boner candidate number 2, Tigers at home, Jaguars online. And boner candidate number 3, where your supporters live is irrelevant.
All right, boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Now, a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. I fought getting into therapy for quite a while, just like y'all. Didn't think I needed it. And then once I got in, I realized, yeah, I need it. Everybody needs somebody to talk to because we sometimes get stuck focusing on problems instead of solutions. And how might that situation go better with a different mindset and a different, take on your situation. That's what therapy is great for, having someone there just to kind of point out a few things to you. Now, the other thing is I was nervous about getting into therapy because what if I don't like my therapist? They've got it all taken care of at BetterHelp. If you're thinking of giving therapy a try, BetterHelp's a great option. Convenient, accessible, affordable. My favorite part, entirely online. You don't have to go to anybody's office. You will get matched with a therapist after you fill out a brief survey so that they can find one that, is in your kind of mindset. And you can switch therapists at any time. So when you want to be a better problem solver, therapy can get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/SLC today. Be sure to do that /SLC to get you 10% off of your first month. That's betterhelp.com/SLC. Need to catch.
I wonder what happens when I discover things like this and how it happens. I was coming into the building today. I get out of my car. It's very close to the door. And I start walking up to the door. And there, right in front of the door, a pair of men's underwear.
Yeah.
Dirty underpants. Dirty underpants lying there on the ground.
They tighty-whities?
No.
Boxers?
So kind of boxer briefs, those kind.
Those kind, yeah.
But had seen better days as far as I could tell. And I just at first I'm not going to touch it.
No.
You know, but what's the story there?
Think of what that person must be going through. That
I know we have every once there are people down there who sleep in that area in the breezeway. I haven't been there for a while, but there have been people sleeping there. But did this person stand there and take off their underpants and drop them, or
were they extra underpants that they dropped as they were walking by?
Fell out of some. It's just like, come on. It is kind of getting a little grimy in Salt Lake here and there, isn't it?
It is.
And I don't know what I particularly can do about it, but
it's the big question. I think everyone would like to know what we can do to help these people, and it's not any one thing. It's a lot of different people experiencing a lot of different problems.
That's why Rocky Anderson says he's running for mayor again, because of all of that stuff going on in downtown.
It's like, I think Carrie said when we brought that up, great, Rocky, what are your ideas?
Yeah, what's your idea?
Instead of running for mayor, why don't you just help us now? What?
Yeah, you don't need to be mayor to help. Step on up.
And Salt Lake's a different place than it was when he was mayor. And
I get the impression that Mayor Mendenhall is trying to do everything she can.
Yeah.
To address this problem.
She doesn't think Salt Lake should have to shoulder the burden of doing everything.
It's part of the problem because the homeless people are in Salt Lake, but it becomes everybody's problem because the capital is here, and the people who come from there are a lot of people who come from outside of Salt Lake to work here, and they go, "Ooh, it's icky here." Well, then help out.
And Rocky's saying, well, it's simple. If they need mental health, we get them mental help.
Oh,
and
okay.
If
nobody ever thought of that before.
If they need help with addictions, we'll get them help for that. And if not, they'll just go to jail. Well,
jailing them does nothing.
No.
Then they just let them out of jail and they go back out on the street.
And all that stuff costs money, and who's going to pay for it, and where's the programs, and who's going to... I don't disagree that we need all of those things, but it's not as simple as just saying, well, if they're on the street and they don't have an addiction and they're not mentally ill and they're just outside, then we'll put them in jail. You can't just put everybody in jail.
And you can't get a job unless you have an address, telephone, all that stuff that costs money.
Well, and these satellite homeless shelters were supposed to solve all the problems, get the homeless people out of the Pioneer Park area, get them out of that Rio Grande area, get them out of there, and that should help. And the main reason that they wanted them out of there is because of business.
Is business. Yeah. Yep. That's some prime land right there.
Part of it is, and I don't know how you ever deal with this, some people prefer to live that way. For whatever reason, that is their preference to not be
not that many though.
But some people
they don't want to go in.
They don't want to be told what to do or where to go or how.
Or
to
sometimes
live,
they don't want to go into the inside because they feel that they don't have any control.
They can't bring their stuff.
Yeah.
They have pets that they can't. It's so complex.
Well, if now, where was it? Oh, we were when we were in the Gay Pride Parade.
Yes.
And then we were driving back here to the studio, and we stopped at a light down here. I think it was right here on West Temple. Remember, there was a guy with a sign panhandling there, and he was really close to me, and he held up his sign, and I said, "Sorry," and he said, "Oh, hey, Bill Allred, I listen to your show all the time." It's so they're just regular people. So I've been listening to you for years. And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any change at all." "Oh, that's okay."
You gave him a piece of candy, I think.
Oh, that's right. I said, "Here, I have some candy." That's right.
A sucker or something.
Yeah, we had some candy. I said, "Here, candy." "Oh, thank you."
Now, your discovery of
underpants
this morning has devolved this show into a deep, dark discussion of sadness, but maybe it's a simple thing. Maybe it's just I trusted a fart. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it was.
Like, oh,
let me bring it back to fart jokes, okay?
This will be fine. This will go.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Now, over the left field wall, the real show's about to begin. The Glorious Sunrise. Brought to you by God, the invisible giant you turn to when you're about to die.
There we go.
Yeah.
Back to normal.
That is the biggest surprise in the world is a fart with a lump in it.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it was just that.
I didn't examine it to see if that was the case.
Yeah. 9 inchers.
Thanks, Todd, for scheduling that one. I enjoyed.
Let's see. It's time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 14, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Saw a couple of them last night at our event, the Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Here we go with boner candidate number 1. Mm-hmm. He somehow managed to elude cops for 2 weeks. I tweeted a picture of this guy at RFH Bill. I hope we have it, Radio from Hell, at x96.com/live. A fugitive in Australia made headlines for his highly identifiable face tattoos. He was finally arrested Wednesday after 2 weeks on the lam. He has the word beast. His face is tattooed except where it spells out beast.
Yeah.
It's completely...
on his forehead.
Completely darkened. Is it blue ink?
I think, yeah.
But for some reason, the place where his mustache would go has no tattoo. That's interesting.
I think maybe he likes to grow a mustache on occasion.
Maybe.
How do you hide for 2 weeks?
I don't know. That's the boner candidate. He somehow the cops in Australia must be real. I don't know how he hid out for.
There's a lot of guys with beast on their heads down here.
That's right. All right, that's boner candidate number one. That guy and the fact that they didn't find him for 2 weeks. But boner candidate number two, tigers at home, jaguars online. Her name, well, she goes by many aliases, is really Tricia Denise Meyer. But she calls herself Mimi Erotic. She is a plump, lip-plumped, false eyelash blonde, and she's an animal dealer. And the picture, there's another picture of her where she's cradling this little baby jaguar named Amador, and she's selling him online.
Well,
she's putting him up for sale online.
This is a boner, Bill.
Indeed it is. Amador was rescued, by the way. She had tigers in her house. The 40-year-old mother has been raising, advertising, and selling animals for years across various states from Texas to California to Colorado. She uses different names and somehow always manages to elude authorities. She also is sort of a porn star. She does things online that are very erotic, but she tries to sell these animals, and she does somehow sell these animals. The picture of that little jaguar that she's cuddling and said, he's for sale. You want to buy him?
Yeah.
Boner candidate number two, tigers at home, jaguars online. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three, where your supporters live is irrelevant.
Boner candidate number three, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by...
The Downtown Salt Lake Farmers Market is open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pioneer Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
People are talking as though Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen are going to split up.
Yeah.
I
predict.
So what's at stake here?
A lot.
What are they worth? There's a breakdown of what each one of them is worth.
She's worth more than he is.
Tom Brady has a reported net worth of $250 million, and that's just his salary. He's earned $52 million in sponsorships, endorsements. What's her worth then? So he's $250 million higher than her husband. She made a lot of money as a model. And I think she's also made a lot of money she knows how to invest her money. She's worth, they say, $386 million.
$400 million.
It says here 386. Well, that's from her modeling.
That's
career.
from modeling.
Yeah.
From everything all together. 400. So, okay, if he's worth 250 and she's worth 400, actually this should be a very simple splitting of assets. I think they can both live on what they make. Can't you just say, I'll keep mine and you keep yours?
This is what I came in with. This is what you came in with.
I don't think they need to do anything more than that.
Yeah, but that's not the way people are, is it?
No.
They have a real estate portfolio.
They'll fight it.
Houses in New York, Montana, and Florida.
They have 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
New York City.
Yeah.
So there you go. Lots of money there. And, Angela Lansbury.
Yes.
She died this week. Her final role is in this movie that's coming out, Glass Onion, Knives Out Mystery.
Oh.
The sequel to...
It'll be on Netflix.
Oh, wait. I have an Angela Lansbury story.
Oh.
This comes from People Magazine, so you know it's real. This isn't some fake thing.
All right.
Angela Lansbury once revealed that her daughter had been in with a crowd. Have you heard this?
Yes, I heard this.
In with a crowd led by Charles Manson in her younger years.
Oh, yeah.
In a 2014 interview, Lansbury said, "It pains me to say that my daughter was one of the many youngsters who knew Charles Manson and was fascinated by him. He was an extraordinary character, charismatic in so many ways, no question about it. And they lived in Malibu at the time." She was so worried about her daughter that they sold their house in Malibu and moved to Ireland to get her away from Charles Manson. They moved to County
amazing.
Cork, and she continued to raise her family there in Ireland.
The January 6th committee hearing ended in dramatic fashion yesterday, with all 9 members of the committee voting to subpoena former President Donald Trump to testify under oath as part of their investigation. Quote, "There is a question about accountability to the American people," said committee chair Benny Thompson. By the way, again, I'll say, I could listen to that man talk all day. God, he's got a great voice. "He must be accountable. He is required to answer for his actions. We are obligated to seek answers directly from the man who has set all this in motion," added Vice Chair Liz Cheney. "Every American is entitled to these answers." Trump isn't the first U.S. president to face a subpoena to testify before Congress. Former results of the action have been mixed. In 1848, a House committee got 2 then former presidents, John Tyler and John Quincy Adams, to answer questions on sworn affidavits. They didn't go testify, but they answered questions on paper. In 1953, the House Un-American Activities Committee failed to get then former President Harry Truman to comply with a subpoena. He wouldn't do it, and they couldn't make him do it. Political experts say the chances of Trump actually submitting to the subpoena seem unlikely at this point. It'll probably lead to legal challenges on the question of separation of powers. Plus, the committee is expected to release its final report in December, with or without Trump's testimony, ahead of the start of the Congress in January.
What's separation of powers? He is an ordinary American citizen.
Well, he still has some.
He has no powers now.
He still has some. What they'll say is he's talking about things that were protected when he was president. That's what the comment will be. The committee will probably be disbanded at the start of the next year in January.
Well, that's only if the Republicans take control of Congress.
Yeah. Let's see where else we go here. Just this story about Jim Jordan. Representative Jim Jordan was called out on Thursday for trying to distract voters from an explosive day of hearings by the committee investigating the January 6th assault. One White House aide said that Donald Trump knew he lost, but he didn't want the public to know because it was embarrassing. Well, instead of addressing the new revelations, Jordan tweeted, "Real America can't afford gas, groceries, or rent. When will the January 6th committee address those issues?"
Oh, that's not what they're...
That's...
Again, just trying to distract. And, it's a global problem, inflation. Not just here. It's global.
People said things like, "Unbelievable. Jim Jordan is talking about gas prices, and he and every one of his Republican colleagues voted no on the oil and gas price gouging bill on May 19th. We need to make sure that everybody realizes that. Real America knows Jim Jordan is full of crap." Oh, and by the way, while the January 6th, I was listening to the committee hearing yesterday, I got a tweet from Mike Lee. "The Democrats and my opponent think this race is a lock for them."
Oh, no, it was a text.
It was a text, yeah. What did I say, a tweet?
Yeah.
A text. "Can you give me $5 to help me prove that it's not over?"
Well, Bill,
Thanks,
it sounds like
Mike Lee.
An emergency. You should have. I hope you immediately sent him $5.
I think the gall of that guy to do it when the hearings were going on.
All the Republicans were all over the place while the hearings were on, trying to distract.
So the idea of a pipeline from the Pacific Ocean to the Great Salt Lake. Some people are saying that's not a good idea. Some people have laughed about it, but they're looking at it.
I think we need to be open to anything because there needs to be some damn water in that.
The Utah Department of Natural Resources Executive Director Joel Ferry told people yesterday that a pipeline would cost anywhere from $60 to $100 billion.
Exactly.
That doesn't include environmental and regulatory hurdles to make it a reality. Wilson said it may be more of a pipe dream than anything, he said. Ferry told the DNR was not setting aside any money for a pipeline at this point, but there are people who are saying the desperate measures are required. It seems unlikely, though.
I was going to say, but also doesn't this admit that maybe you were wrong about the environment? I mean, if you're thinking about paying that much money for a pipeline, doesn't that also say that you admit that you were wrong?
Kids are getting dumber. Standardized ACT scores have hit a record low.
They're blaming the pandemic.
Not seen in decades. Data for the test, which is taken during the process for college admissions in the U.S., showed that college-age students scored their lowest averages in over 30 years. A spokesperson for the organization behind the ACT said the COVID-19 pandemic is likely to blame. Remote learning and overall patterns of disconnectedness in the months of lockdowns and Zoom calls could be contributing factors. The next COVID wave is coming, they say, and it has become pretty much impossible to keep up with all the latest variants unless you're, a virologist. In recent weeks, COVID trackers have been subjected to a dizzying barrage of variants. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones. There's even an ominous new variant called XBB. For most Americans, the bulk of whom appear to be over COVID anyway, that's far too many numbers and letters to grasp. It's easier just to tune it all out. However, something new and potentially dangerous is coming. Omicron has started to splinter. What does that mean? Well,
you'll have two different things.
Yeah. Thanks to layers of immunity from vaccination and prior infection, plus life-saving treatments such as Paxlovid, we will probably never regress to the horrible era of collapsing ICUs and thousands of deaths every day. But this new splinter coming is going to cause a lot of people to get sick.
Get your bivalent shot.
Yeah, it's all you can do. And finally, Elon Musk is promoting a new perfume.
Yeah.
The world's richest man continues a track record of turning what ostensibly start out to be jokes into real products. He announced his new scent. It's called Burnt Hair. And he described it as the essence of repugnant desire. In a tweet on Tuesday, before changing his Twitter biography to perfume salesman, a separate product page posted by The Boring Company, Musk's tunneling company, listed the fragrance at $100 an ounce.
And you idiots will buy it.
He said that 10,000 bottles have already been sold.
Yep.
Ironically, 10,000
yes.
people are buying it as a joke.
I guess. He does these things, like he sold flamethrowers for a while. And people bought them.
Every day he does something to make me regret my purchase.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Weather, traffic.
Well, you just got a beautiful fall week ahead of you. I'm looking all the way until next Thursday. It's the same, folks. Mid-70s, sunny. Go to a corn maze, a hayride, corn cannon, something, pick pumpkins, garden.
What?
You keep trying to sell this to me. I ain't buying.
Why don't you just go fishing? Everybody go fishing.
Yeah, your kid likes to go fishing.
Yeah.
Go fishing.
You can do all of those things and let them distract you from the fact that it shouldn't be this warm this time of year. Traffic, you can tell everybody's in Disney, and we do have a confirmation that about a third of the people at Disneyland are from Utah. You're going to run into your friends and family.
Yep. Hi, Mike.
You might run into our attorney.
Yeah. Somebody texted in, there's an accident 6 South of Main Street causing some traffic slowage. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986, because that's the only issue, apparently, that anybody's seeing out on the roads. You can text us if you see something, though. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Boner candidate number 3, where your supporters live is irrelevant. A woman in West Valley City woke up to find a defaced poster containing a racial slur and a swastika over a Martin Luther King Jr. quote. The poster also contained the phrase, "Vote Trevor Lee," a Utah House representative candidate who is nowhere near where the poster was. He lives in a different area.
Yeah.
Deborah Gattrell is a teacher who went outside and found the poster, and she said, "I only saw the backside of it at first. I saw the other side facing the elementary school where it had the stencil of a Nazi swastika, and then had the stencil, the N-word on it, and it was scrawled in black paint, KKK, and vote Trevor Lee." The sign was originally supposed to say, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," which is a Martin Luther King quote. It also has a background of names of African Americans that were killed by police. Well, Gatrell said she's very concerned about this, and Trevor Lee, whose name was on it, who's running for the Utah House in a different district, was contacted by Fox 13.
Okay.
And he said he was confused about why it even happened where it did. Well, first, I hope they get caught, he said. And then I really hope everyone in this neighborhood has a camera or a Ring camera or something where they can go out and find who did this. I think for the most part, though, a lot of my supporters, if not all, live here. Not in that district where the poster was found. It seems to me that's
you're missing the
so
point,
irrelevant.
Sir.
Yeah.
You know,
he's the guy running for that seat where they're trying to get Steve Handy written in because nobody in his party wants him up at the state legislature because he's trouble.
Yeah.
So even
Trevor Lee.
Yeah, other people in his party are saying, please write in Steve Handy. We don't know how this guy got in here, and he will be terrible.
And the question of where the sign, your supporters, where they live, it's irrelevant. Irrelevant. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, he somehow managed to elude cops for 2 weeks. Guy with in Australia with the word beast in huge letters across his forehead. Boner candidate number 2, Tigers at home, Jaguars online. A woman who goes by the name Mimi Erotic selling Jaguar online, and she has tigers in her home. And Boner candidate number 3, where your supporters live, sir, is irrelevant.
Okay. You've got to decide now which of these 3 candidates is the worst. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 14, 2022? All right, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy to do. The computer counts it for us. Or you can use your voice to vote. Call Katie. She'll take your live voice vote in the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 14, 2022, and vote there. You don't see that box? Refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Easy. You have only 4 minutes to do it, though, so let's get to it. It is Boner of the Day. BigOTires.com.
Yeah, the Big O Tires, the team you trust. We talk about their tires all the time, but right now they are doing snow tires. You can get, it says, come in before the snow hits, get a new set of winter tires. That's what they call them, winter tires now.
Yeah.
Instead of snow tires. Winter tires, starting at just $59.99.
And they are made different, and they grip the road differently. It is a good idea to get.
It is, yes.
Big O Tires also offers financing options for every budget and every situation. So walk-ins are welcome, but schedule an appointment online or over the phone. You can go to bigotires.com, find a location near you.
They're fast because they have that. There's the location there on like 9th East and 45th South that has so many bays, and they were just in and out. You could tell.
Right now, you can save or get $100 off select sets of 4 Big O brand tires, or save up to $190 on Michelin and BF Goodrich tires after a mail-in rebate. Find out more by going to bigotires.com.
Yeah, you listen to radio from...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our missionaries tracting underground on Janus 6. Wow, would you look at these caverns? They're incredible.
You sure we have the right planet?
Yeah, I am. Janus 6. Why Jas?
Oh, just because this planet is uninhabited, that's all.
Well, I'm sure that Zone Leader Hansen had a good reason to send us here.
Yeah, like all the residents of this planet were killed by some unknown force, and he's hoping that we stumble upon it.
Now, Butch, you be nice. Hey, looky here. Perfectly round, shiny rocks.
Hey, a collection of bowling balls. Well, maybe there is life on this planet after all.
I don't think those are bowling balls. Hey, you shouldn't be touching those.
Well, you're right. They ain't bowling balls. The weight's all wrong, and they don't have holes drilled in them. Hey, you hear that?
You mean the menacing sound of a big rock sneaking up on us?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Well, from the looks of it, I'd say it's a big rock sneaking up on us.
What the flip?
Oh, you better put down the bowling ball real slow and easy, Butch. I don't think the big rock that's been sneaking up on us likes the way you're handling it, and it's staring at us, too.
Okay, here you go.
It's backing off. Excuse me, Mr. or Mrs. Big Rock. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi. Hey, look, it's burning some words into the cavern floor. Me, Horta, these my babies. No kill I. Hey, she's friendly, and she has kids, so it means she must be married.
Mrs. Horta, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Hey, she just crossed out the no from no kill I.
Oh, so much for being a friendly rock.
Looks like this might just be a time to make an exit there, Lehigh. Let me just grab one of these little rocks as a souvenir. My cousin would love to have a real live pet rock.
I don't think she wants you to have one of our babies, Butch. Look out! Is this the end of our missionaries? Will Butch get to send a pet rock home to his cousin? Will Lehigh make him put it back? Is it legal to bowl with a silicone-like form egg? To find out the answers to these questions, tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Okay, lady, back off or the little rock gets it.
Now, Butch, that's no way to talk to a prospective convert. Now give her back her baby. On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
See, that's award boner of the day.
And it's brought to you in part by, let's see, what did I,
popcorn.
That's pretty much my dinner, popcorn. It was popcorn.
Popped corn.
I liked it.
And Baseco, the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah, is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue, or your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
Boner candidate number one was kind of a throwaway candidate.
Visuals.
Yeah, the guy with the tattoo of beast on his forehead. So it was animal cruelty, which you would think would win. but it did not.
No.
It was pretty soundly beaten with just 100 votes. Where your supporters live is irrelevant. The defaced poster, swastika on it, a racial slur. It was found in a neighborhood where the candidate, Trevor Lee, he said, well, my supporters don't live in that neighborhood. Okay. It's irrelevant, sir.
Yeah, you're an idiot. You're a dangerous idiot. That's even worse. And that is Boner of the Day for October 14, 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up.
Yeah.
Stand by for that. And, if you have a question for Jimmy, we could probably sneak one in.
Sure.
Somewhere in there.
Texting is a good way to do that.
Any kind of question about libations of any sort?
33986, you can send that.
Yeah.
But is this a sponsored feature?
Well, yeah, it's another question feature, and you can email your questions to us. I'll tell you about that in a second. But brought to you by Make Life Easier. Learn to Cook. Park City Culinary is a short, affordable program, part-time courses and night classes for busy people just like you. Learn more at ParkCityCulinaryInstitute.com. It's best question of the week.
Says who?
The schedule says that's what we're supposed to do. Email your questions about anything. Really, anything.
What's today's question?
radiofromhell@x96.com is the email address. Go ahead and send them in. We actually have one that came in from our event.
Oh.
Good morning, lords and lady. This is a best question. Hopefully something comes from it. If the cute blonde lady sitting by herself in the middle of the theater with a mask on at the 8,000th episode event last night is single and listening, I want to talk to you. I didn't get a chance to and regret not introducing myself. I was in front of you when we were leaving the Broadway, and I held the door for you. Sincerely, the guy 2 rows in front of you on the right-hand side of the theater, sitting by himself, tall with a mustache and a black hat.
Is there a question here? What's the best question?
He's asking if she noticed him and would like to.
No, it's supposed to be a question for us.
I think this is Bill. What if we make a love connection? What if
I don't care?
What if a year from now we hear we met at your 8,000th episode and now we're happily married?
Gee, that'd be wonderful. Is there a question for us?
What? I thought that was kind of nice.
Well,
it's all about Bill.
It's fine.
Let me find a question about you,
It's
Bill.
fine. It's sweet. It's sweet. What? But it's supposed to be questions we answer. We can't answer that question.
You have another one?
I guess. This is from Carson. Can you tell me more about KJQ? You guys always reference KJQ, and I don't remember the station. To be honest, I was little at the time. What was the frequency? What was I listening to?
Okay.
You're not even letting me. Okay.
They want to know about KJQ. Okay. What more needs to be said there?
Is there more?
That's okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. What else is there?
I threw the paper.
No, you get it and tell me what else is relevant there. Go on. What's relevant?
What was the radio frequency? What was I listening to when I wasn't noticing? These shows my parents and brother would listen to when I was little, and I would really like to know more about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Carson.
Okay, Carson, here's more about it. We can tell you. I have the most intimate history with KJQ because when I started there, it was in 1980, and it was an AM frequency only in Ogden, 1490 KJQ in Ogden. And I worked there for probably 6 years or something before, and I think, was it 6 years before you came along, Kerry, or was it 4?
I don't know, because I wasn't there.
Well, but I just said I was in 1980, and you came there in?
I don't remember the exact year. Right. That's the thing.
It was probably 86.
I have it written down somewhere, so I can.
Yeah, it was probably, what did you say, Gina?
86.
Maybe 86,
I think it was, yeah.
Something like that.
So, and by that time it had developed, we had gotten an FM frequency as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there was an AM frequency, 1490, and then an FM frequency, which was 90, what was it, Gina?
What year you got an FM frequency?
No, what was the frequency?
Well, we had 3 frequencies.
Right. We started with one. What was that?
Was it 90?
Was it 95.5?
95.5, 100.7, which is now Bob FM.
Yeah.
And then 92.
102.7, which is now the other thing across the street. And the way it would work is there was a different frequency in Ogden, in Salt Lake, and in Provo. And if you were driving from Ogden to Provo, this is how much people liked KJQ. They were willing to tune up and down the dial to
change the frequencies. Once you went over a point of the mountain to get into Utah County, it was a different frequency.
So it became hugely popular when we started playing what was called modern music at the time.
Yeah.
Now, when I worked there, when it was just an AM for 6 years, it was really popular in Ogden. Only in Ogden, so it's a small audience. But it did very well. It was always sold out. And we just played, top 40 stuff. And when Kerry came on, that's what Kerry and I were doing, playing top 40 music, which you couldn't compete with.
No, it was hard for a little frequency in Ogden to compete with the stations here in Salt Lake that were doing top 40 as well. And so we struggled and struggled and struggled, and then we got the opportunity to turn the entire station into what was then called modern music. As there was a group of people who were renting the frequency from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
It's a totally different station.
Completely different station at night.
They bought the time from us.
Which confused everyone, confused their listeners, confused our listeners. And so then we saw the numbers that they were doing, and we went, okay, we should do that 24/7. And so the manager at the time, Tom Greenlee, called them in and said, we want to do this format 24/7. The people in charge at that point said, okay, you're going to have to fire all of your DJs.
Get rid of those 2 guys in the morning, Kerry and Bill.
And Tom said, I'm going to fire all of the DJs except for Kerry and Bill. I need a seasoned morning team in there.
Yeah.
That's the...
And as a listener back then,
yeah,
my friends and I were super skeptical about whether Kerry and Bill could pull off alternative music because we were used to hearing you guys do...
But here's the thing: is that I was listening to that music.
Yeah,
that was the stuff that I liked. I was listening to it already.
But you won us over very quickly.
It took us about 4 months 4 months of hate calls and all of that. But then we finally won them over, and
we used to get phone calls like, and I don't think this is the right example, but Kerry or I would say, and now here's something by the Smiths. And somebody would call up and say, it's not the Smiths.
No, it's Talking Heads is what you're thinking.
Oh, that's right, Talking Heads. Here's the Talking Heads. It's not the Talking Heads. You guys don't know anything. It's just Talking Heads. And then they'd slam the phone down.
Yeah. And if we could pivot just quickly back to the question you wanted to get rid of, Bill. People are now texting in, can we have a singles event soon? Remember, we used to do these singles mixers.
Singles mixers,
so maybe we can do one of those again. If you want to get yelled at about your question, you can email us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Gina, you read the question.
If you want me to get yelled at about a question, you can email it at radiofromhell.
You read it.
At x96.com.
You read it. We were done with it. It was time to move on.
Traffic, please.
Crash southbound I-15, 123rd South in Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder, and that's the only accident that UDOT's reporting, and you're not reporting any either. You certainly can, though, if you see something. 33986 is where you do that. You First is no stranger to rewarding members. Rates are low and there's no annual fee. Transfer your balance to You First today. Get 3% cash back up to $1,000 with no transfer fee, no annual fee. Call 801-481-8800 or go to You First branch to get started.
All right.
I remember I went to a remote and gave Bill a cigarette in Provo.
All right, Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. We'll get to him right after this. KXRK Provo. Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda. If you need a car, that's the place to go. Honda, of course, they're great cars. I've bought Hondas at Stockton 12 Honda, and they're terrific. And everything, the way Stockton 12 Honda handles things is terrific as well. It's a great dealership to deal with. But if you want another kind of a car, still go to Stockton 12 Honda because they have used cars. The last car I got from Stockton 12 Honda was a Toyota. I bought it from them. It was a used car, and I love that car. Stockton 12 Honda works very closely with financing organizations. You'll get an affordable payment that won't break the bank. They'll make sure of that. Stockton 12 Honda has convenient and affordable maintenance plans, so there are no surprises there, and you're just on a regular schedule, and it saves you money. So, Stockton 12 Honda, that's where I suggest you get your next car. They're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy on Auto Mall Drive.
I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station. Yep. So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model. Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. You know, the guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. And on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder.
Huh?
Tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, you should never, never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that?
Now, I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All right.
The strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria, kind of like the time I drank too much Jägermeister. I mean, woo. I was messed up. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists. And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids. sponsored?
Oh, it's sponsored by delicious High West barrel-finished cocktails.
Thank you.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
It's Jimmy Santangelo. He is Jimmy the Wine Guy. Splashy Jimmy.
Not just wine, though. Today we're talking spirit.
Whiskey guy.
Yeah, he's the all things spirits guy, all spirits. Jimmy is the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah. It's not the Spirits Academy of Utah. It's the Wine Academy of Utah. That's why he's the wine guy. And I like this, Jimmy, a lot. Oh, wineacademyofutah.com. Because I'm too lazy to mix a cocktail. It's done for me.
Well, and I didn't realize that these were they were in bottles.
Yeah, they're pre-mixed. So what we're talking about today, for the listeners, High West. This is their barrel-aged cocktails. We're featuring both the old-fashioned as well as the Manhattan. And you're right; they're already pre-packaged in bottle. Give it a little turn, give it a little gentle swirl, and all I have to do is pour this right over ice.
Yeah. Now when you said that it was that they're pre-made, I expected the cans like we've been getting. You know,
the difference between their competitors out there is that this is aged for about 3 months. They marry it in rye casks.
Now, do they age it with all the sugar and everything in it?
They're
really?
pre-mixing it.
Wow.
So you're pre-mixing it, you're putting it in barrels, so the marrying really comes together. Marrying of all those ingredients. Sure, you can shake it or do a stir-down drink with the ingredients separately. But when you do that barrel aging, you just have this maturation of the barrel as well as the tannins and the beautiful vanillas and the vanillins from the barrel, but also those ingredients meld together better.
Which one is which here?
So the one on the left is the old-fashioned.
That's my favorite.
An old-fashioned, this is one thing I really like about what these guys are doing, what High West is doing, is they're blending for their primary whiskey that goes into an old-fashioned. They're using both bourbon and rye, portions of which, I don't know if it's 50-50, if it's 70-30, like what the ratio is.
I'm not going to tell you.
Seems a little rye. I mean,
it does seem a little rye forward, huh?
That's High West. They've always
Funny you mention that, because I'll talk about the coloring on the. We're seeing a trend. Well, actually, Gina has a green colored. Usually, when you're seeing a green label, it's more rye influence. If you're seeing more of this red or amber, it's more of a bourbon. Now, does that mean anything on these labels? I don't know. I got to go to the whiskey geeks that follow.
Yeah, the old-fashioned, I mean, does I take a sip? It seems kind of spicy, like a more
real
rye
spicy.
than bourbon.
So you have the old-fashioned. The components in here are your simple syrup, your rye, and a bit of bitters. And then you can complement this with a cherry and an orange, stir down right over ice. You don't need to start crunching down the orange or anything. Just enjoy it. All the flavors are in there.
In there would be great.
And now the other one is
the Manhattan.
Oh, dreary old Manhattan.
As you know, I'm a Manhattan fan. We do the Manhattan classes. This is, again, a blend of both rye and bourbon. And it's a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, the sweetness in here, we're moving away from the simple syrup of an old-fashioned to sweet Italian vermouth. So this is a sweet vermouth in a 2-to-1 ratio, meaning 2 parts of your spirit to 1 part of your sweet Italian vermouth, and a bit of bitters, stir down, also aged for 3 months. And that's the real difference. That really sets High West apart from other competitors, is this classic barrel finishing that they can afford to do for 3 months.
This Manhattan, I think it's the sweet vermouth. It kind of, I prefer a Manhattan. And the vermouth kind of smooths the drink out.
Sure does.
Either of these would be a great thing to take as a hostess gift. Instead of a bottle of wine, because I'm coming to your house, and guess what? You don't have to mix the cocktails.
It's all done.
It's all done.
It's all done. And they say there's 12 cocktails per, so it's about a 750 milliliter bottle. That's 24 ounces, 2-ounce pours, 12 cocktails. There are differences in the alcohol by volume, the alcohol percent. The old-fashioned's a little higher at 43, and the Manhattan is proofed down about 37%.
So, what's the price point on these?
Both price points are $39.99, 40 bones, and it's a really great price point for a fantastic, handsome bottle. I mean, these bottles are super cool.
Well, and just for labor saving alone, that's worth it.
Well, let's see. If I went to a bar and bought 12 and had 12 Manhattans in a row.
When we go to the bar and buy 12 Manhattans,
which I've done.
Yeah, I mean, what's the average price of a cocktail? $12. So it's definitely well worth it.
Here's a quick question, since it is mixed with sugar and everything. Can this just live in your bar, or do you have to put it in the fridge after you open it?
After you open it, you do want, if it is in the bar, you want to keep it in more of a cool, dry, out of the sunlight kind of an area.
Okay.
If your bar is in the dining room or in the front room, family room, and it's casting some sun on it and warming it up, you are going to accelerate the aging. Given the proof, it's not going to spoil, but it is going to lose some of its freshness.
Can you keep it in the fridge, or is that not a good idea?
No, you could keep it in the fridge, yes. Absolutely.
I'm taking the cork off, but I'm not pouring anymore. I'm just looking at the cork.
Honest.
Really. I was just looking at the cork.
Bill's over there eyeing the cork.
I tuned in a tiny bit late. What's the name of this? What do we get?
So High West. Yep, High West. This is the barrel finished cocktail. So it's the prepackaged cocktail. It comes in a nice round bottle with a square top. It's kind of got this cylindrical, very nice. And this is the old fashioned and the Manhattan.
I drank all. I drank all
of both of them.
I can't do that, but I drank all of them.
Why can't you do that?
Do you want me to function?
I want you to drink both of them, and I want to see what happens. I really want to see what happens.
I miss Drinky McWeather. I miss her. She was a good time gal.
I drink both of them, and I think, I'm fine.
Yeah. Well,
here's a question. Now that Jimmy is on, I'm not a huge drinker. What does spirit mean?
Oh.
Spiritus liqueur, so it's an alcohol-based beverage, and spirits are usually from the base material of a grain, and that grain can be barley, wheat, corn, rye. It can even be fruit, such as apples and or grapes, and it usually exceeds a certain higher proof level of alcohol.
It's interesting to contemplate, and I think maybe I'll go down that hole later on, why it's called spirit.
Yeah, it's the evaporation. So you're seeing this evaporative effect when you're turning on the stills. You can actually visibly see. It's like steam, if you will. It's not that evident, but you're seeing the spirit come off in certain angles and in certain cut rates.
That's where the Angel's dram comes.
Angel's envy comes from the evaporation from the barrel. So after all that's done, and when whiskey comes out of the still, it's as clear as water. So we got to throw it into a barrel, new or ex-barrel, second-use cask, whatever the case is. And while it rests in that barrel, it's going to evaporate. And it's that evaporative effect, the reduction in that barrel. Well, where'd it go? It was the Angel's share.
It was for the Angels.
It was for the Angels.
I love that. So, Jimmy, Wine Academy of Utah has stuff coming up. What do you got?
We we're back up in Logan. Last night we had our wine dinner at Barrel and Stave in Logan, sold out effort. And then this next Wednesday at Barrel and Stave, we're launching our monthly whiskey tastings. So if you're up that way, definitely join us there. And then the following day on Thursday, we're at Tracy Aviary for Wine Takes Flight. We're back inside the Chase Mills building. A couple of tickets left. Definitely reach out. And then also a final shout out, just if you're planning your holiday parties, we are booking up quick. And I've got 2 wine specialists on the team, so we can accommodate many requests. However, we're still booking out. So go to Wine Academy. There's only so many days. Yeah, wineacademyofutah.com.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You got it.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Only one incident, at least as far as UDOT's concerned, crashed southbound I-15, 123rd south in Salt Lake off to the right shoulder. Nobody sent anything in via text recently, but you certainly can if there's something out there on the road you think other friends of the program need to know about. Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple. Adults only.
All right, 2 important things. First of all, we're going to play the brand new Blink-182 song next.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to do that right after these messages. It's called Edging, the brand new Blink-182 song. All right, so stand by for that. Second thing, beat Gina.
Yes.
877-602-9696. Time to line up to play the game. Beat Gina. What is the prize today?
We have Fear Factory tickets.
Fear Factory tickets to give you when you beat Gina at Simple Pop Culture Trivia. All right, got all that and more on the way. Stand by. Wendy's for lunch. It is back. The pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger I'll read the ingredients, and I'm sure Jimmy will agree that it will pair nice with a Dr. Pepper. Delicious burger. It's the pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger, backed by fan demand. You got the warm, savory beer cheese, applewood smoked bacon, the crispy fried onions they're so like onion rings, just delicious. Munster cheese, because more cheese makes everything better. Pickles, the smoky honey mustard, which works with that one-of-a-kind pretzel bun so well, and, of course, the fresh, never-frozen, hot and juicy patty right there in the middle. All of those flavors combining in your mouth with a little bit of Dr. Pepper to wash it down. Start planning your lunch now. I know you're not thinking about work. You're thinking about lunch and dinner, for that matter. So stop by, pick it up. It's delicious. Hit that drive-thru. Pretzel Bacon Pub Burger starting now. Get yours today at participating U.S. Wendy's for a limited time. Dr. Pepper is a registered trademark of Dr. Pepper 7-Up, Inc.
Hello, sailor boy.
Son, letter from your sea dog son.
My son Festus. And actually, this one isn't for me. As you can see here, x96.com/live, it is addressed to the FOPs. This comes to us from the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. Dear FOPs, it says, I just received some of your letters, so I needed to extend a huge thank you. In boot camp, letters really are like Christmas presents after a long day of push-ups, cleaning the floor that's without a doubt already clean, and wearing camouflage that seems to serve no real purpose as everything around here is bright white. But as my mother has told you, the lack of knowledge on the outside world is frustrating to no end, so updates that you sent me really helped out. Peterbilt Brian, I was deeply concerned when I read about your truck stuck in the mud incident. I sincerely hope it's been unstuck. Abby, thank you to your husband for his service in the Air Force. You know, the Air Force doesn't have as many planes as the Navy. In your face, he says.
Wow.
But I am upset that you told me about Katy Perry's new baby without bothering to tell me the name. I will require a follow-up here. Paul, my boots won't shine either. No matter how hard I shine them, they just seem to get more dull. And having shiny boots is apparently a very big deal here. Thank you for taking the time to write me when there's way much better way to spend your time. Although, who are you kidding? You're just watching YouTube all day. Anyway, I graduate in 25 days, this says. This is how long it takes to get mail, because he's supposed to graduate on Thursday. Thank you for the updates. Take care of my sweet mother. And most importantly, remain seated. Signed, Festus. Also, thank you to Carter and Laura and Buddy. And I just got a text from his wife who said he needs your extra good thoughts today because it's his final PT test today. His final physical training test today. And if he's even off by 2 seconds, he's got to stay. He's got to stay an extra 3 weeks. Bill, he asked for positive thoughts.
He's going to be home. He'll be home. They're going to drum him out. They'll drum him out.
That is not positive thoughts.
It's my prediction. He will be home for Thanksgiving.
If he passes the physical test today, which is like running and
jumping.
Yeah. And then, here's the exciting thing. Battle Stations is tomorrow. Now, Battle Stations, it's a simulated ship, so it's not like out on the water actually, but it's a ship that they, to your battle stations, and you have to go through what a regular day in the life of being on the ship would be, but it's like a video game because they throw stuff at you.
Battle
Like, uh-oh, there's a fire down in
There's
down
a fire
in the hole.
down below. They just say down below.
But like there'll be an actual fire.
They'll yell things like "Belay that!"
Or there's a flood somewhere.
Is he ever going to have to? Does he have to climb the rigging and trim the sails?
Maybe. I don't know. And it's like 12 hours where they have to go through what it's like to be, and they throw every bad thing that can happen at it. Man overboard or whatever. And they gotta.
So if we're ever in a simulated war, we'll win.
So think good thoughts for him for his physical test today and battle stations tomorrow. And if all goes well, he graduates on Thursday. And
then he ships out.
And then he goes to medic school.
Fills his duffel bag and ships out to Guam.
So the flag that will be flying over the Utah State Capitol on Thursday is for him. Remember I told you that you can sponsor a flag, and then they take the flag down and send it to you. Now, I've already paid for it, so if he doesn't graduate this week, do I get a flag refund?
Why don't you just keep the flag?
For myself. I can put it, I've got my flags back here. I could just put a big one right there. But we're very close. If he does all that and graduates on Thursday, he'll get his phone back so I can actually talk to him.
Well, when you speak to his wife, or if you speak to him, remind him that he needs to make arrangements so he can vote.
Yeah, I was going to ask him about that. I don't know what they do when you're at boot camp.
They don't allow you to vote when you're at boot camp.
You should be able to vote extra when
you lose. No, you lose all your rights when you're at boot camp.
You're saying you should get 2 votes. Okay.
Yes, you should get a vote and a half.
You should, but you can't. You can't vote. You can't. They won't allow you to drink, and you can't vote, and they won't let you drive a car.
But thanks again, friends of the program. I got a bunch of letters from you that I forwarded to him, and he really did appreciate it. It's his only connection to the outside world, and it meant a lot to him that you sent those in, so thank you.
All right. So this has been...
Hello, sailor boy!
'82, it's called Edging.
My, that was tight. Well, there's no stopping it, so quit your belly aching. Beat Gina is coming at you right now. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. When Americans have dirty toilets, Americans turn to Tidy Bowl in-tank toilet bowl tablets. Tidy Bowl tablets automatically clean and deodorize your toilet with a signature clean you can see. Drop the tablet in your toilet tank to activate powerful detergents that automatically keep your toilet bowl clean even between scrubbings. Tidy Bowl tablets available in continuous blue, lavender, or green water. America's favorite toilet bowl cleaner. And now, America's favorite MC, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
I remember Tidy Bowl.
Yes.
Didn't they have the guy in the boat?
Little man in the toilet.
The Tidy Bowl man.
That was played by my brother.
Timmy Ola?
Timmy Ola. Tim Ola.
Tim Ola.
Yes.
All right. Well, we've got... we got haunted house passes to give away.
Fear Factory.
Fear Factory, yes. I was just thinking about what a terrible job the Tidy Bowl man would have been to have.
Tim enjoyed it.
Oh, good. Well, T will be playing for the Haunted House passes. T, are you there?
Hello?
Nope. Sorry, T. There you go. I can hear you now.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. So, T, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
All right. Coin toss app says tails.
I get to start.
Gina gets to start, which means the first question is for her. Now, if you beat Gina, you get the Haunted House passes. If she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I'm going to donate to the animal shelter. Got a bunch of blankets back for winter. Take down there and give to the animal shelter as well as financial funds.
That is nice.
Very nice.
All right. So we were going to do Bing Crosby trivia.
Yeah.
But I sat down and looked at the questions, and I went, I don't think so.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Potpourri.
Oh,
As a matter of fact, potpourri from last night.
Oh,
We have a few leftover questions from last night. We did Radio from Hell trivia last night at our event. So that'll be your first question, and then we'll move on to some different ones. All right, so Gina, the first question is for you.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? It's not fair. That's not fair.
It's really not fair because she's on the Radio
She's
from
on the
Hell
Radio
show.
from Hell show. So let's start you with Quentin Tarantino trivia.
Okay.
All right, then we'll.
I'm
then,
okay with that.
Then we'll let T do the
I'm
Radio
okay
from
with
Hell
that.
trivia. All right. Okay. Quentin Tarantino trivia. Gina.
Yes.
Why did Quentin Tarantino delay the production of Kill Bill? Was it 1, all the fake blood in Hollywood was used up by Kill Bill Volume 1? Number 2, he needed more time to scowl into the abyss. 3, Uma Thurman was pregnant. Or 4, stunt woman Zoe Bell injured her back.
I think these are all true. I'm going to go with pregnant Uma.
Pregnant Uma is correct.
That's 1 point for Gina. Now, T.
Radio from Hell trivia.
Calling him T makes me think he's Tony Soprano.
T.
I don't think he is.
No? Okay.
Radio from Hell.
You never know.
Oh, okay. Radio from Hell University's mascot is 1, the Honkers, because geese are scary.
Yeah.
2, the Corn Jerkers. 3, the soulless people who sold their souls. Or number 4, the Lunging Weasels.
I'm going to go with number 3, the soulless people.
Well, you know, it is accurate, but not correct.
No.
Not correct.
And again, this isn't fair because Gina's on the Radio from Hell show. She can steal the question.
Well, T, I must tell you, it's the Lunging Weasels.
Correct.
Well, that's 2 points for Gina.
There you go.
And she controls the question. T barely has a chance to breathe.
Gina?
Yes.
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
All right. Different contest, but here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Downton Abbey trivia.
Okay.
Downton Abbey was recognized in the 2012 Guinness Book of World Records for what?
Okay.
Is it 1, most use of the phrase fancy a cuppa
Okay.
28 times in one episode?
Wow.
2, the highest critical review rating for a TV show. Number 3, the highest number of people watching at one time. Or 4, the most annoying TV show to hear about.
Could it be 2?
It is 2.
And Gina quickly wins the game.
Oh, T, I wiped the floor with you. I'm
Sorry, T.
I-
But I have a suspicion that you'll get the Fear Factory tickets anyway.
No, your suspicion is correct, Johnny. Even though I beat you, T, I'm going to go ahead and give you those Fear Factory tickets anyway. And if other people want to know more about Fear Factory or how to buy their own tickets, information and ticket links are available at x96.com.
T, isn't she a nice woman?
She's amazing. Thank you very much.
All right.
Very
Hang on the line, and we'll get that info.
Listen, I've got to go. I'm due for a lube.
Oh. Big boy news and Opinnuendo now, brought to you by...
Travel to a distant time and place and explore the magnificent architecture and legends of ancient Egyptian civilization. Mysteries of Egypt is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for showtimes.
Only when you are as famous as Bono does this make a story in the news? Bono went to his old school in Dublin this week, where his secondary school, high school, I guess, where he read from his forthcoming memoir.
That will not happen to me. I will never be asked.
He stopped by Mount Temple Comprehensive on Tuesday. It's reported that sixth-year students were treated to a private audience with Bono. He's said to have been accompanied by a professional film crew, suggesting that, because he's Bono, they want to record that for a documentary or something for his...
well, they just follow him around, film crews.
Probably, always.
24/7, everything he does, showers.
I am interested in reading his book, though.
Following the news that Trevor Noah would soon be stepping down from his position as host of The Daily Show, Comedy Central has announced now the date. His final show will air. Officially, he will sign off on Thursday, December 8th. That will be following a celebratory look back at his greatest moments, kicking off on Monday, December 5th. The series will then go on hiatus until January 17th, with additional details forthcoming. A new host. The show is going to continue. They just haven't determined who a new host will be yet, or at least if they have, they're not saying. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're going to continue the show.
Yeah, I think the suggestion that Sam B would do it would be
Sam
great.
B is a great choice.
That would be
I
great.
think also John Fugelsang would be good, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about Jordan Klepper?
Jordan Klepper? Oh, he'd be good, yeah.
Noah has been with the Daily Show for 7 years. It doesn't seem that long, does it?
No.
He moved the Daily Show. He moved into the Daily Show, the network says, seamlessly. From insightful, hilarious satire to serious, provocative conversations. And he was just a perfect fill-in, or a perfect successor to Jon Stewart. This is just a bizarre story. Gina sent this to me. A 5-year-old and a 14-year-old riding in separate cars, these are young girls, were hit by bullets when the two drivers of the cars started shooting at each other.
Not just the drivers, their dads.
Yeah. The two vehicles, a Dodge Ram pickup and a Nissan Murano, were driving erratically, traveling north from Jacksonville, Florida, into Nassau County. The driver of the Dodge, William Hale, drove alongside the Nissan and began shooting at the driver, Frank Allison. A passenger riding in the Nissan flipped off Hale, said the police, and then it was road rage, and both of their daughters were hit with bullets.
Jeez.
I mean, the fathers of the year, both of them.
Exactly.
The drivers were speeding and erratic, and now I don't know how serious. I didn't read in the back. Did it say
nobody was killed?
They're injured. It looks the girls will recover. The 5-year-old hit in the leg with a bullet, and the other girl, the 14-year-old, had a collapsed lung, shot in the back.
They should not be allowed to be their parents anymore.
Yeah. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints announced a cyber attack earlier this year was able to access the personal data of church members, employees, and others. In a release yesterday, church officials said the attack occurred in late March, but did not access donation history or banking information. According to the church, law enforcement authorities believe there is a low possibility of the data breach during the attack could be used to harm anybody. The church says it's working with federal authorities and third-party cybersecurity experts to determine the scope of the incident and to mitigate possible impacts and to make sure that it does not happen again. By the way, they say they didn't announce it until yesterday, even though it happened in March, at the request of law enforcement. I guess they were trying to, they wanted to keep it under wraps while they investigated. In never-before-seen footage from January 6th, 2021, obtained by CNN, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi,
who's a badass,
says she would punch then-President Donald Trump in the face if he made good on his threat to come up to the U.S. Capitol with his supporters. Tell him, if he comes here, we're going to the White House, Pelosi says. Then she says she would punch him in the face and go to jail and I would be happy to do it.
And she's the one that called the mayor of D.C. and the governor of Maryland, Maryland, one of those, and saying we need the National Guard here.
Yeah.
She called the Department of Defense.
All of those things that everyone on the right has accused her. Why didn't she do that? She did it.
Finally, some one unit was mobilized.
Mm-hmm.
She did what the president should have done.
Yeah. Let's see.
And he didn't do it because he wanted this to happen.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the other really chilling thing, I thought, was all the accounts of him for 2 hours or more watching this on TV
He loved it.
and not saying a thing about
He
it.
loved it. Those are my people.
But sir, they're heavily armed. Let them in. They're not here to hurt me.
The nearly $1 billion judgment against Alex Jones for spreading false conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting brought long-sought relief to family members, and they are a judgment of nearly $1 billion. But Alex Jones has given no sign of tempering his behavior. A headline on his website yesterday said, "Show trial verdict signals the death of free speech."
No.
Lawyers say that it's not certain that relatives who lost loved ones in the mass shooting will see the full dollar amount of the promised appeals, and there will be appeals, and there will, if he hasn't declared bankruptcy yet, he will. Every plaintiff's lawyer knows from bitter experience that it's usually easier to get a judgment than it is to enforce the judgment.
Yeah. But they keep throwing that around. Free speech is dead because of this. And I'm like, no, that's free speech. What you're free, that's different than what you're doing. All right, what you're doing is not free speech.
And Gina, I'm sorry, I have this for you, but I don't think we have time to really address it fully. 22 different boots that reviewers actually swear by.
You're going to deny me a list of boots?
Your boots?
You know, I can't. I don't think we have.
We got nothing in the next break.
I don't think we would have time. I don't think we would have time even if we have nothing in the next break.
I don't want that.
I would rather have dead air.
Send it to Boots.
Yeah, just send me the boots.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Boots at radio.
All right.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, I mean, Bill touched on this story yesterday, but I don't feel like he gave it the attention it deserved. 2 men have been charged related to allegations of cheating in the Lake Erie Walleye Tournament in Ohio. Prosecutor announced this afternoon. Jacob Ryan, 42, and Chase Kaminsky have been charged with cheating, attempted grand theft, possessing criminal tools, and unlawful ownership of wild animals, prosecutors said. I take every crime seriously. I believe what these two individuals have attempted to do was not only dishonorable, it was criminal. What did they do? They put 10 weights inside fish that they caught at a fishing competition at the Lake Erie Walleye Trail Tournament.
I read word for word. I read this story.
The charges were just yesterday. This just happened. Yes, the charges actually filed.
Oh, there are charges.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They have seized their boat and trailer, which they purchased with winnings from previous tournaments that they are also accused of cheating in. The fishing scandals caused quite a stir among enthusiasts, including those who frequent this area. They say this behavior is not reflective of the rest of us that participate in this store. True fishermen do not cheat. I was just sick to my stomach, one man said. It made me ill. Real Salt Lake, they qualified for the MLS playoffs. They beat Portland in the final day to earn their 7th seed again, and they face a heavily favored Austin FC in the first round happening Sunday this week. And you've got your college football this weekend, of course, the Utes and USC. That's an evening game on Saturday. BYU playing Arkansas in an afternoon game. And on the road, Utah State at Colorado State and Weber State at Portland State.
All right.
Weather, it's just beautiful weather for football and for cheating at fishing and anything else you would like to do over the next, this goes all the way till next Thursday with these mid-70s as daytime highs and overnight lows in the 40s.
It's terrible.
I mean, I'm trying to be positive about it because it is nice, but really things should be much cooler now than they are. Traffic, I can tell it's fall break and everybody's out of town because nobody's out on the roads. I only have one issue to tell you about. Crash eastbound 72nd South 7th West. Eastbound to northbound is closed. And that's it. You can always text us if you're seeing something out on the roads, and I'll pass it along. 33986 is where you do that. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back after these. Stand by.
It's from the Girl Scouts. And then there's a nice letter say, "Hey, Bill, we get you. You're a guy's guy. You have unassuming strength, a casual confidence, and an uncompromising integrity, and are so dumb you don't know this is a form letter.
Wow, they really know who I am.
You know the spread of Sunday's game and have a steak ready to grill and a cold drink waiting in the fridge. You're man enough to be a Girl Scout." So I've been given a membership in the Girl Scouts.
So what do you...
And then I got this.
Do you have to sell your own Girl Scout cookies?
No, I think what that means is they'll hit me up periodically for money.
Yeah. That's a great gift, then.
I didn't want to say that what they're doing is opening a door to something that you will regret later. But
now I get this card. Now, little Bill, sick. He's sick. He was very ill. Barfing and all that. So that explains the card. And with this card came 3 pairs of really nice underpants. Patagonia, silk weight, boxer briefs.
Underpants.
Which I really like. And they're very, it's expensive underwear. I mean, it's like, I think they're $30 a piece or something like that.
You should get a whole pair of pants for that.
So here's the card that came with it. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble. Trouble. And then you open it up and says, "Or am I?" ?
This is your Father's Day card?
Fortunately, you can cover your ass with these. Happy Father's Day. That's it.
At least I'm too sick to cause trouble.
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 Yeah, trouble. And
or
then you,
am I?
And then you open it up.
That's a threat.
Or am I?
That's a threat, is what that is.
That's exactly what it is. So it was my Father's Day threat. Yes. Anyway, that's nice to be a Girl Scout, though.
Snowbird was awesome yesterday for Father's Day. There were a ton of people. Saw lots of friends of the program up there. They had garlic fries. It was perfect. They had bacon on sticks. Thick bacon on sticks.
So Gina was happy, and that made it a good Father's Day because she got what she wanted.
No, everybody got. Joe got a massage up at the cliff. Daddy Gary got a massage up at the cliff.
Mm-hmm. But first and foremost, they had garlic fries.
They had garlic fries and bacon on sticks.
Yeah. I went out to the Christiansen Family Farm, Hog Heaven in Vernon, on Saturday and bought a bunch of meat. That was pork and beef, and that's actually for my wife's birthday, who's her birthday today. She wanted meat for her birthday.
The gift of meat.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah. You?
No.
Nothing. All right.
What? I'm not a father.
Well, you didn't see your dad.
I did.
Oh, you did.
Oh,
see
you
your
did.
Yeah.
See your dad. How's he doing?
He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's his
Did you
mustache?
give him meat?
No, he gives me meat.
Oh, okay.
He's the farmer.
Gary gives him money.
Yeah, I give him cash.
We've discussed that. Here, Dad. He does it under the table so nobody can see it. Yeah, there you go. Hold out your hand.
Buy some more life-giving medicine. There you go. Right in the chat room. Thank you, Carrie, Bill, and Gina. My wife and I had a wonderful time last night.
Good.
And Ruben and Ed was so fun and funny.
Good. We did have a great time last night, and the podcast that we recorded will be available later today, I believe. Is that right?
That's what Katie's saying.
Later
yeah.
today. I talked to a lot of people. And it was great. I wish I could talk to everybody personally.
It's hard. There's not enough time.
Yeah. Somebody handed me this note. Didn't talk to me. Just handed me this note.
Dear Bill, I like you. Do you like me?
I wish, but it wasn't that. It was years ago at a suicide walk. My dad confused Bill with Tom Barberi. No question. Just wanted to say hi, and I'm still sorry about that, Bill. That's from Danny.
Don't be sorry about. You don't care.
No, that's fine. That was fine. And then we had an interesting situation with parking.
Well, I picked Bill up. It's to carpool, because we care about the environment.
And because I wanted to have a cocktail.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. And so we get to the Broadway, and there's a parking structure attached to it.
And I said, it's okay. They'll validate your ticket. So Gina parks, and we go down into the theater, and I said, where's your ticket? We need to validate it. And Gina said,
I left it in the car. And so the guy that was letting people in said, I said, why don't you stamp my hand? Because he was.
Yeah. I said, go, just stick your hand in there and let it stamp it. So
I still have a little bit of the stamp on my hand.
Okay.
So we saw Tori after the event. Tori, who's I guess the director is what you would say of the Salt Lake Film Society, and told her about all of this and said, "Will they honor the hand stamp?" And she said, "Look, just tell Johnny, wasn't that his name, Johnny?
John, yeah,
yeah. Tell Johnny that Tori said it was okay and that I love him." And he'll let you go.
She said he's a little grumpy, but if you're really nice to him, he might let you out without.
And he played it beautifully.
So we pulled up.
You want to do it? Go ahead.
We pulled up, and instead of handing him the ticket, I stuck out my hand and I said, "Hey, Johnny, Tori said that my hand stamp should work as a validation because I forgot to get my ticket."
And she adores you.
And he, straight face, said,
man. Perfect.
"Well, I only get paid with the validated tickets that I turn into the company, so I guess our only option is for me to cut your hand off." But it was perfect because he was completely straight-faced.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And even then I was like, I don't think he's going to let us
out.
See, I remembered my validation ticket in my pocket when I got it. And then I did the thing, then forgot to get it validated, and I got up to the car, and I went, and I just went, no, I'm not going back. I'll just pay.
You didn't try to sweet talk, John?
No.
So we, but met, last night, some of the people that we met, Stella was there. And she said, she talked to me for a second, then she said, "Go ahead. If you want."
No, Stella, don't. You stand firm and don't let Bill do that.
She said, "If you want to yell Stella like Marlon Brando, go ahead, do it." But I did it sort of under my breath, and it was nice to see Crystal. We hadn't seen Crystal for a long time. She was there, one of our former interns and employees. Who else? Tim the Tree Guy. I forgot what a handsome guy he is. He's a handsome, rugged-looking man. Meg, the manager's lucky to have him. I was kind of sweet on him myself. And Trent Harris.
Yeah, thanks to Trent for coming.
Doesn't he turn out to be? He surprises me all the time, and I don't know why. He's just funny. He just knows.
He is.
He knows when to do a line, and he's funny, and he gave us. He gave out these books that he's written. They're sort of books. It's called Today at the Duck Pond. Not just another love story about a man and a duck. There's also a chicken involved, and Madonna by Trent Harris. So he's just got a very twisted and funny sense of humor. And we didn't stay for the movie because we have to work early in the morning. And I feel bad about that because I haven't seen Ruben and Ed in a very long time. but I remember
people-
it being so great.
People said they enjoyed seeing, because of course it was all filmed here, and enjoyed seeing parts of the city that don't look like that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was some shots of some building that was under construction.
One building,
it's been
Copper
there forever.
Pyramid, under construction.
The One Center.
The One
Oh,
Center,
yeah.
that's right.
And then the Delta Center.
The
had-
what? The
Yeah,
Delta.
it had cranes around it. Now you can still call it the Delta Center. It's fine. It was just a great night, and it's always nice to meet listeners in a social situation like that.
And if I can just thank Tori and everybody at Salt Lake Film
Yeah.
Society, I haven't been to anything there in a long time. And I think there's a lot of people that are still maybe a little iffy about going back to movies and stuff. Make Salt Lake Film Society the place you go to get back that feeling of, oh, yeah, I remember why this is so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Remember how we used to talk about the snack bar they have there at Salt Lake Film Society?
Yeah, the greatest snack bar in
There is stuff there you will not find at any other movie theater.
Mhm.
Specialty sodas and hot drinks
Oh, yeah.
and candy.
And they've changed it a little bit so that it's not so hands-on kind of thing, because of the pandemic. So it's. And I've been to a couple of movies there recently, and I don't have any sense of.
Yeah.
I feel perfectly comfortable.
There's
doing it.
and the perfect opportunity with Halloween and everything is these the horror nights that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You get 2 for 1 if you go to slfstix.org and you can put in the code RFH Horror and get 2 for 1 tickets to any of these films.
But someone has asked me, they've got that David Bowie documentary that I want to see that's playing there.
Oh, Ivy says, my husband laughed so hard at Ruben and Ed, he cried.
Oh, good.
That's great. I hadn't seen her husband in a long time, Josh.
Mhm.
Great guy.
But yeah, it was good to see everybody there. So the next question is when we do this again.
Well,
I didn't get a chance to interact with a lot of people.
Carrie gets stuck. I don't know if stuck is the right word. Carrie knows how to do sound, and different rooms require different attention,
Well,
and Carrie's just better at that.
And we had some special needs once we arrived. There was some situations had arisen that I had to attend to.
he had to
stage
deliver a
size,
baby, had to deliver that baby. That was really hard.
And so I did get a chance to interact with a lot of people because I was putting out tiny fires. So the question is and it was the same with Squatters. I didn't get a chance to do it because I was, with the sound equipment and everything. So do we do another Not Safe for Work podcast, or do we just do a mixer next time? And people have suggested a singles mixer. So yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a podcast recording. We could do other events that are.
And just where we can just, as they say, rub elbows with each other.
I'm not rubbing elbows with anybody.
It's a euphemism, Gina.
I'm not.
Look up the word euphemism, okay? These shoes I'm wearing, by the way, I got 2 compliments, and somebody in the chat room, we love your shoes, Bill. These are the shoes that my wife, when I bought them, looked at them and said, those are the ugliest shoes I've ever seen. You're not really going to wear them, are you? Well, that'll show her.
Take that, Mrs.
Take
Bill.
that, wife.
All right. Well, we'll have to figure out when we can do something like this again.
Let us know what you'd like.
Yeah.
You email us.
How about
and-
the 1,600 episode?
Why would we celebrate less episodes?
8,000. Oh, no, 16. Yeah, 16,000. That's what it is. 16,000.
Let's go back in time and celebrate. We could go back in time and celebrate traffic because there's none to talk about right now. Things are looking good on the roads. You should have no problem with your commute. If you see a problem, though, you can always let us know. Text us 33986. Castle of Chaos is back for another haunting Halloween season. Listen to Todd Newcomb during the drive home and Nick Davis at night to win tickets. For contest details and ticket links, go to x96.com.
All right. Frank Christ Presents. He was there last night.
I know. I felt the cold.
Well, I got a DM from him.
Oh, you did?
Really?
He was there last night. He described events. He was there last night.
Okay.
But Frank will be here in the studio to play Frank Christ Presents. They're fine. They're just fine. If you know your dead celebrities, be ready to play. Coming up, what's the prize?
Fear Factory tickets.
All right, Fear Factory tickets. for Frank Christ Presents. 877-602-9696 is the number if you want to line up now to play our Dead Celebrity game. Stockton 12 Honda.
Didn't we already do? We already did that, didn't we?
No.
Oh, we got another one. I'm happy to talk about it again.
All right.
I mean, I'm not used to having two Stockton 12 Hondas in the same show. As I was telling you before, just a moments ago, Stockton 12 Honda, a great place to buy a car. Shane Parrish is the general manager out there, and he does a terrific job. You can tell because the people who work there seem to be very happy with what they're doing, and most of the salespeople, many of them, have been there for a long time, and that's also a good sign. So Stockton 12 Honda, if you're looking for a new car or a used car, go to Stockton 12 Honda. I've bought a couple of cars there myself. And the service department, can't say enough about that. They are terrific. They're always fast and efficient, and they do a good job in the service department as well. And they do, you go in, they know you, they do exactly what they say they're going to do, no questions. So, Stockton 12 Honda, they're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy. You can find them there on Auto Mall Drive. Get a car from Stockton 12 Honda. I implore you.
Let's see. So, over the holiday, July 4th, every July 4th, there's a tradition in my house that my wife has, luckily, she has agreed to.
Oh.
And that is every July 4th, we watch the movie Jaws. You know,
As you should.
the greatest movie of all time.
Right.
And we had a few glasses of wine, and we're watching Jaws, and she said, let's recast this movie.
Okay.
I said, recast. He said, what are you saying? He says, if they were to make it today,
So current actors and stuff. Okay.
who would you put in these roles? And she grabbed a notepad.
I've made my cast here in the break.
And she wrote down some names, and again, she had some wine, so her writing is a little hard to read.
Now, do you want to do yours first, or should I do mine? Or
Well, let's go by character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start with did you cast Ellen Brody yet? Chief Brody's wife.
You know, I didn't get to that one yet. She's just kind of a minor.
Well, but we feel that in a new retelling that she could have more of a role and be more involved.
Yeah.
But we were thinking Elizabeth Moss would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's who we cast as Ellen Brody. Now for Chief Brody, we went through a few. We wrote Bill Pullman and then scratched it out because I felt probably a little too old.
Yeah.
So then we thought John Hamm, and I went, no. And then we landed on Jake Johnson from New Girl.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
really know who that
Okay.
is.
Because he can do both comedy and...
Yeah, he's super funny, but he can do some serious roles.
Yeah.
Here's who I would put in there.
Who?
Brad Pitt.
Oh.
Okay.
Brad Pitt as Chief Brody.
Well, okay.
All right.
Again, I'm casting from the cast of New Girl. Mr. Hooper,
Okay.
the Richard Dreyfuss character.
Right.
Now, you remember, he's got to be younger. He's got to be, kind of wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a self-made shark expert.
You're thinking Schmidt from New Girl, aren't
Not
you?
Schmidt,
Oh.
no. Lamorne Morris from New
Oh,
Girl, who was
okay.
also in the show Woke.
Yeah.
He can do just enough exaggeration and everything that I think he would be a good Hooper.
he's
Again,
great, too.
I don't even know who that is.
Very funny.
He's super great.
I would pick Seth Rogen.
Yes.
For Hooper?
I'm
Yes.
always down for a Seth Rogen
Seth
moment.
Rogen, because he has the tendency to get excited. And,
Mayor Vaughn.
I have the perfect one.
You will never guess our casting for Mayor Vaughn.
Who?
We went with Peter Dinklage.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to see him in that
I wanna
suit with the anchors on it.
I want to see him in with his elf character, super angry all the time, even though he just wants to leave the beaches open.
Who did you cast?
Here's who I would cast as Mayor Vaughn. Originally, it was Murray Hamilton.
Pivotal role, by the way.
Patton Oswalt.
Patton Oswalt as Mayor Vaughn. Because he could do that dramatic turn.
He could. I'm telling you, he could do it.
Because he could do that. He could do the outrage, but he could also do the "my kids were on that beach too" and get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now Quint.
Yeah.
We wrote 2 actors because we couldn't decide which one would be better.
Okay.
For Captain Quint.
Okay.
Leonardo DiCaprio or Brad Pitt.
Oh.
Oh, really?
So, okay.
Because Quint should be older
Yeah.
than Chief Brody
Yep.
and Hooper. So that's why we went with Leo or Brad Pitt. I would prefer Brad Pitt because I'd like to see Pitt do the USS Indianapolis speech.
He's a little more scruffy.
I would pick Nick Offerman.
Nick Offerman would be good.
That's awesome.
Nick Offerman, yeah. And for Brody, I just changed my mind. Instead of Brad Pitt, I would pick Timothy Oliphant.
Timothy Oliphant would be good.
And put him with, who did you cast as his wife? Elizabeth Moss.
Elizabeth Moss.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, now actually, Guy in the chat room has the perfect casting for the mayor. Bob Odenkirk. Bob Odenkirk as
I can see that.
as Mayor Vaughn would be
Oh, yeah.
absolutely great. Texter says Tommy Lee Jones for Quint. I don't know.
Still, I think he's a little too gone.
He's too old now.
Oh, now here's a suggestion. Hooper could be a girl. Kristen Wiig.
Okay. I love her.
I wouldn't mind Hooper being a girl. As a matter of fact, that's a great idea. But I don't think it would be Kristen Wiig. I'm not sure who.
I think Kristen Wiig could do it.
I think she could do great.
Here's someone suggesting Chris Pratt for Hooper.
No. Sorry.
I wouldn't suggest Chris Pratt for anything.
Yeah, no. Chris needs to sit down for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can we cast Ron DeSantis as Quint just to see him being eaten by a shark?
Sure.
Okay. Chief Brody, Christian Bale.
No.
Brody's got to be like in his late 30s.
Yeah.
And Bale might. Oh, here's a Quint casting. Willem Dafoe.
Oh yes, I love that man so much.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. He's a really good actor.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe would be good.
He'd play it well.
Let's see. Tom Skerritt as Quint from Atropos, America's most grizzled actor.
Yeah.
Quint should be Samuel L. Jackson, according to a texter.
You could do, if you did Brody as Timothy Oliphant, you could do, what's her name, Drew Barrymore as his wife.
There you go.
Because they were together on that.
She'd be good at
great.
They were together on that
the
show where
Santa
she was,
Clarita Diet. Yeah,
yeah,
that show's great.
People.
Yeah,
they were zombies.
Yeah.
Let's see, Josh Brolin as Quint.
Yeah,
that'd work.
He's excellent.
Armie Hammer as Jaws. Oh
boy.
Okay, because
he's eating.
He likes to eat people.
Because he likes to eat people. And now they want us to cast the entire cast of Jaws using Muppets.
No.
Well,
terrible.
Sam the American Eagle is Mayor Vaughn.
Yeah. Yeah.
There. I said it.
That
the
works.
Pivotal character. The most important character. Mayor Vaughn.
Yeah. We must leave these beaches open.
Anyway, that's what happens when we get drunk and watch Jaws. We had Mrs. Kintner, Aisha Tyler. We decided that Alex Kintner, the kid, should be played by Nasim Pedrad because she does Chad, the 14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
We wanted to see her, being eaten by the shark as Chad. All right, sorry.
It would have helped if I'd been drunk right now, but
unfortunately, you're on air.
Yeah. Oh, and Andrew says no. America's most grizzled actor is Ed Harris. Ed would be okay as Quint, but not as good as I think our other casting.
Yeah, he would be all right.
Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob,
Yeah.
how many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer, how
I
many?
can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee at Bob's House.
I'm an independent contractor.
Obama! Says Bob House of Hose. Obama!
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bocephus.
Obama!
There he is. He is in the studio once again.
Were you up late last night, Frank?
I never sleep.
He was at our event.
That's what I heard.
I never sleep.
Well, you don't know what sleep is, do you, Frank?
Not anymore, no.
Frank Christ.
When I was mortal, I did.
How long ago was that?
Well, that's a long story, Bill.
There's not time to get into
Not time
that.
for my origin story yet.
Did you? Now, I knew I could tell you were at the event last night because I felt a coldness every once in a while near me, and I thought that's Frank. I know it's Frank, or I've just got the shivers.
It was wonderful to see all those people there.
And I understand you sent Kerry a message. Is that right?
Yes, I DM'd him.
Wow.
I pointed out that it was nice to see Bill enjoying that High West beverage.
Oh, it was delicious. Yes.
No, Water Pocket.
Water Pocket. Yes,
That's right.
Water Pocket.
Oh, High West was from earlier.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, I was enjoying it greatly.
Yes.
It was wonderful. Well, Frank is here, by the way, so not to reminisce about last night. Frank is our celebrity reaper. He is responsible for once a celebrity dies. Frank does not kill these people.
No, I love our precious
I know you do.
celebrity.
And it hurts you. I know it hurts you.
It's all part of my eternal curse.
But unfortunately, not only celebrities, but I think everybody goes to hell, don't they?
Everyone goes to hell except the Mormons.
Yeah.
Because they chose correctly.
And sheep. So Frank is here to play the game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Where we have prominent people, a list of prominent people, 4 of them. And on this list, 3 of the people that I'll name are...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
One of them, Frank, has carted off to Hades. And we have a contestant.
We do. Anne is on the phone.
Hi, Anne. How are you?
Good. How are you? I'm fine. Just fine.
Oh, she caught herself.
There you go. I'm also fine. Just fine. Anne, what do you play? What is Anne playing for, Gina?
Well, we have tickets to Fear Factory, and if folks want to know more about Fear Factory or actually purchase tickets, there are links available at x96.com.
All right, Anna, you ready to go?
I think so.
All right. Anna, do you know a lot about classical music and orchestras?
I actually played in the orchestra in high school, so hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
What instrument did you play?
The viola.
I did too.
Frank, you played
I wanted to play the fiddle, but they ran out.
All right, Anne, here we
Fiddle
go.
makes more sense.
It does.
Here we go. Then these are well-known orchestra conductors. The guy that stands up there with the baton, or the woman. So here we go.
Okay.
Number 1, Simon Rattle. Sir Simon Rattle. He rose to international prominence while music director of the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra. Rattle was principal conductor of the Berlin Philharmonic and the music director of the London Symphony Orchestra. Number 2, conductor Seiji Ozawa. Japanese conductor known for his work with the San Francisco Symphony, the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, the Vienna State Opera, the Boston Symphony Orchestra. He has been the recipient of numerous international awards for conductors. Number 3, a woman, Karina Kanalakis, a violinist and conductor. She was the first guest conductor of the Radio Philharmonische Orchestra, the RFO, and is now has been the permanent conductor of that organization. And then number 4, Eugene Ormandy, a Hungarian-born American conductor and violinist, best known for his association with the Philadelphia Orchestra. Ormandy made numerous recordings with that orchestra as guest conductor with European orchestras. Ormandy has won 3 gold records and 2 Grammys. So there you go, 4 prominent conductors. Which one is no longer with us?
I think it's number 4, Eugene.
Wow.
You are absolutely correct.
Wow.
Eugene Ormandy. That was probably the most famous or most recognizable name on that list. Although Sergio is always
I was going to say Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, no.
Was
Leopold.
No, it would have been Mickey Mouse. Thank you, Mr. Stokowski. But yes, you're right. It's Eugene Ormandy, who died in 1985 at the age of 86. So there you go. You win.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. You win tickets to Fear Factory, and a nice person will come on the phone in just a second here and tell you how to get them. So hang on, okay?
Oh.
Yes?
Has anyone seen Ralph Lauren?
I don't want to.
83.
Yeah,
Busy.
that's a good run.
83 is a good run.
Yeah, but don't we have another Olympics coming up?
That's true.
He has to design clothes for the Olympics.
That's true.
I mean,
if he doesn't, who else will?
I know.
I know.
Well,
glad everyone had a good time last night.
Well, yeah, and I'm sorry I couldn't actually see you, but I did feel your presence.
I was there.
I know.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye, Frank. There he goes on his electric scooter.
I didn't see the scooter parked out at the theater either. I wonder if he got validated.
I'm sure it had he had the stealth mode on as well.
I think Johnny, the parking attendant, took care of it for him.
All right. Well, let's take a break. We will be back, and we'll have big boy news and opinioendo for you coming up. Stand by. Say hi to Johnny, the parking attendant, when you go to the Salt Lake Film Society.
Salt Lake Film Society, bear that in mind, by the way. You can park in that parking structure when you go to a movie at Salt Lake Film Society, and they validate the tickets for you.
This is a great time of year to go to Salt Lake Film Society. It's their Tower of Terror cult classic horror films. Let's see, tonight is Suspiria.
And the original from 77.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, ladies of a certain age, it's Lost Boys will be, so.
Well, that's right. Argento's daughter did a directed
Just
a
did a
remake of Suspiria.
recently, yeah.
Listen, if you go to slfs.org, that's the Salt Lake Film Society website, to buy tickets for these movies, if you use the promo code RFH Horror, you get 2-for-1 tickets. And again, remember, they will validate, and they have a great snack bar at Salt Lake Film Society. It's at the Broadway Theater, which Third South
Broadway.
and State Street.
Yeah.
So go to slfs.org.
The Utah Word of the Day is brought to you by Bullfrog Spa's Clearance Center, now open in Midvale. Save thousands on hot tubs and outdoor furniture just off 72nd South in the Winco parking lot. A temporary clearance sale that ends soon.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Jewelry. Jewelry. Jillery. Jewelry. And here with another fine example of how the word is used are those two sturdy Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand, to use the word jewelry in a sentence.
You're looking pretty sturdy today, LeGrand.
I'm not feeling really sturdy today, LeVar. A little Metamucil will take care of that.
That's right.
Hey there, LeGrand.
Yeah.
He said?
Yeah. Huh?
I hope this isn't a personal question.
Well,
But what did you get your wife for Mother's Day, if you don't mind?
well, not at all, LeVar. I got her some fancy jewelry. My wife's always loved jewels of all kinds, so I let her pick out what she likes, and then, she lets me pay for it.
Ain't that the way?
Yeah.
Would you get her like a ring or something?
Well,
With a Jill on it?
well, yeah, she got a necklace with jewelry.
They say jewelry is the way to a woman's heart.
Well,
Who's your jiller? Who do you go to?
well, I mostly just go to this one place. I done it for a bunch of years because an old friend of mine, and he's also my cousin, works at this jewelry store.
Well, what store is that?
Well, it's a tradition. I always buy my jewelry at Zell's.
Zell's, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were still around.
No, Zell's is good, and my cousin's buddy is working there for many years now, and they have a big Mother's Day sale down to the Zell's.
A what?
A big Mother's Day sale.
Oh, Mother's Day sale at Zell's.
Down to Zell's.
Oh, so you get a good price then at Zell's.
Never fails.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Not Snuffy and Guffy.
No, nope.
Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Metro Security is looking for people with drive, ambition, and passion for helping improve the world around them. Metro Security provides competitive pay, continual training, medical, dental, vision, and college partnership to further educate officers. To be eligible, you must be at least 18 and able to obtain armed licensure in the state of Utah. Send your resume to jobs@metrosecurity.com.
At least 5 people fatally shot yesterday. 15-year-old kid did it. Well, a 15-year-old kid is the suspect and in custody. We don't have any answers as to why this tragedy occurred, said Raleigh, North Carolina Police Chief Estella Patterson. The dead include a city police officer who was on his way to work when he was shot. Chief Patterson said she identified the other victims as a 52-year-old woman, a 49-year-old woman, 35-year-old woman, and a 16-year-old boy. The gunman, whose identity the authorities have not disclosed, is in hospital in critical condition. They have not been clear about how he was injured, why he's in critical condition. This is good news. A little bit of good news. There's been a notable shift in the polls in Georgia. In the highly polarized political climate, it takes a lot for a scandal to make a big difference, but it looks like it may be making a difference. Herschel Walker has slipped behind his Democratic opponent, Raphael Warnock, by an average of about 2.5 percentage points across all 4 polls that were taken since October 3rd. When an ex-girlfriend accused Walker of paying for an abortion that she had had in 2009. Walker has made opposition to abortion, of course, a cornerstone of his campaign. So he's a hypocrite, and people are starting to finally take notice of that.
Well,
Don't get
polls,
comfy.
I was going to say, polls are one thing. People of Georgia need to turn out.
The January 6th committee voted yesterday to subpoena Donald Trump for documents and testimony, marking an escalation in the panel's efforts to obtain testimony from the former president. The committee's leaders argue that Trump was at the center of efforts to overturn the 2020 election. It seemed pretty clear by all the evidence presented that he was the ring leader. He was the mob boss in charge of the mob.
Yep.
And he can't keep claiming, I didn't know, and I thought I won.
No.
They went to great pains yesterday to say, no, he knew exactly.
He planned to declare victory no matter what the results were, too.
Months before.
Yeah. And he was notably absent when he could have done something and stepped in to stop that carnage from going on. 4 astronauts are expected to get on their SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule and return home from the International Space Station today, bringing an end to their nearly 6-month stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. The astronauts, NASA's Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as Italian astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti with the European Space Agency, are expected to land at about 11:35 Eastern Time. They're going to take off at 11:35 and then splash down a few hours later off the coast there. And there was some more astronauts went up to the space station. I think it was late last week, and I was surprised to say there was a Russian cosmonaut with the astronauts, and I thought that they had. I thought I heard that Russia had said they're just not going to have anything to do with the U.S. space program anymore.
They want to build their own stuff, but maybe until that happens, they still.
Let's see. This. People are going crazy about this movie. This with the doll. What's it called? Megan. And I just watched a trailer for it without any sound. I don't know if I could take it. It really looks creepy and awful.
It's either going to be the funniest thing you'll ever see or something really scary.
I don't think it's going to be funny. I think it's going to be really, really creepy. Here's something that'll give you a pause. Scientists have grown some brain cells in a laboratory in a petri dish, and apparently these lab-grown brain cells can play Pong.
They can play Pong?
Yes.
Like the actual cells can bounce back and forth?
They say that the mini brain can sense and respond to its environment. Writing in the journal Neuron, Dr. Brett Kagan claims to have created the first sentient lab-grown brain in a dish. Other experts describe the work as exciting, but say calling the brain cells sentient is going a little bit too far. We could find no better term to describe the device, Dr. Kagan said. It's able to take in information from an external source, process it, and then respond to it in real time. Lab-grown brains. What could go wrong with that? This is the first time that the brain cells have been plugged into and interacted with an external environment, and in this case, it's a video game.
The most basic of video games.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
My brain hurts.
And I remember, the reason I don't play video games is that when I played Pong, I was terrible at it.
And if you can't do that, you can't do it.
But there are brain cells that can play it.
I know, but I couldn't. And then what could go wrong with this? The CIA is apparently funding research into resurrecting extinct animals, including the woolly mammoth and a tiger-like animal called the thylacine.
I've seen this movie. It didn't end well.
Yeah. Via a venture capital investment from a firm called In-Q-Tel, which the CIA funds, the American Intelligence Agency has pledged money to the Texas-based tech company Colossal Biosciences. According to their website, the company's goal is to see the woolly mammoth thunder upon the tundra once again.
What tundra? Where's this tundra?
There's tundra. There's still some tundra up north, up in the Yukon territory. Colossal has also stated an interest in resurrecting the extinct thylacine, or Tasmanian tiger, a wolf-like marsupial that went extinct in the 1930s on the island of Tasmania. And I'm sure everything will go fine with that.
Oh, yeah.
And one more story. A man in Newton County Jail in Texas, after investigators say that a homeowner awakened to find the suspect naked inside of his home trying to steal his cat.
Cats are hard to steal.
The homeowner fired a shot at the naked man, who was eventually caught by a deputy, according to the county sheriff. According to the sheriff, the homeowner contacted them and said, I woke up and there was a naked man inside my house. He was trying to steal my cat. Must have been a really, really nice-looking cat, I guess. The naked man was taken to jail. He was injured, but not by any bullets. I think he was just injured because he was running around naked. All right, that's it.
All right, weather.
It's 74. You like 74? Well, you're going to get a lot of it over the next week. Actually, looking all the way into next Thursday, no change in the weather. So go do all your outside stuff. Kerry doesn't want to go to the corn maze.
Nope.
I can't make him, but hayride, he says no, but maybe that's something you want to do.
Let's go apple picking, Kerry.
No, that's for suckers.
Oh.
That's work. That's not romantic.
Sounds fun, doesn't it?
No. All right. Take a break. We'll be right back.
You know who's on the line? I believe this is the impetus to the first all-day show.
Candace?
Yes.
How now, you were there for the first all-day show. Oh, yeah.
I was, as Carrie said, I was the something from the radio gods, the idiot or something.
No.
Not so much. He didn't really
The
say
gift from the radio gods.
That was it, yeah.
But
And
you-
I was the one that brought the alcohol.
You are the first. You were the one who started the tradition of bringing us booze.
Exactly. And I'm so upset. Y'all got pedicures and I didn't.
Well,
I would have liked one.
Well,
you should have asked.
Well, I was in and out of the house all day.
Candy Bear.
Well, then you couldn't.
And then you couldn't have gotten one anyway.
Candy Bear, I'm not sure what.
Did you say Candy Bear?
Yeah.
Or Maddie Bear?
Candy Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
You're
Better
my-
than Candy Ass.
You're my little Candy Bear.
Who is this?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Who is this?
It's your mother.
I think
Hi.
Candy's
Candy?
been drinking today already.
Candy, hi, it's
No,
Candy, hi,
I
it's Mitt
haven't.
Romney.
Candace,
Ew.
do you have any idea what you're listening to or where you are?
It's a country station, and I'm in Texas. No, of course I do, you silly gooses. That
Candy?
was ridiculous.
Candy Bear?
Don't call me Candy, please. My dad hated that.
It's Candace.
It's Candace, Carrie.
Yes, it's Candace.
If
Bill,
your
and
dad
I
hated
will-
that, he shouldn't have named you Candace.
Yeah.
He's no longer living. That's rude.
Well, I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
Did you call us Candace?
Yes,
she-
I did, and
she
I
did.
meant to get abused.
Okay, because I thought maybe the interns had called you and then
No, nobody
just picked your name
remembers.
out of a phone book or something. Nobody
You
remembers.
wish.
Nobody remembers what, Candace?
Any of this.
Any of.
And I'm even on the CD, and I'm so sad.
She's
I'm
the
joking.
she's the phone call. She's the reason.
Carrie's
She's the
story.
reason that we did
story.
because I didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
tell my Hawaii story.
No, it
or
was your Vegas.
My Vegas story.
Vegas
my
story,
Vegas
that's
story.
right.
Exactly.
And
And Carrie, I saw you at that one clothing store. I don't remember.
You remember, Carrie?
was
Oh,
was I
yeah,
was I was I buying my garments?
It was that
Was
one
it that
clothing
one?
store.
That one
No.
clothing store?
I don't know what you call him. Come on, help me out. A thing.
You
a
know.
management,
A thing.
Whatever.
I can.
Oh,
I can,
was it a remote?
You know, I can see why you were the impetus for the all-day show because it takes all day to get anything out of
Holy
you.
crap! You've been doing this all day. I'm tired too. And yes, whatever.
She's
But
drunk.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm just embarrassed.
Candy Bear?
This is the note you want to go out on.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, no,
Oh, Candace, you've been rickrolled. I'm sorry.
God bless you, Candace.
All right.
I'm glad that somehow you started the all-day show, but no, that's not the note we want to go out on.
Well, we got 20 minutes.
But as with all of our all-day shows, I seem to remember that they go out with not with a bang but a whimper.
I've been whimpering for the last hour and 20 minutes.
They just kind of peter out at the end. So,
Well, Gina, I'm used to your whimpering.
It's what I do.
Makeup that you guys do is incredible. You need to go to x96.com/live. And you did this just this morning. Just that
Yeah,
quick.
who's your makeup guy in there, Phil?
Yeah.
So we got Jimmy Dilly. He's our...
What's his name?
Jimmy Dilly.
Jimmy Dilly. Is that his real name?
That is his real name, yeah. He is our creative director and our cast director, and the man has skills. So...
Way to go, Jimmy!
And when you say R, which haunt are we talking about?
Yes.
Nightmare on 13th, Utah's legendary haunted house.
Well, I think he probably does a great job, but he put makeup on Dawson, and I can't tell the difference. Dawson,
he normally looks like a demon.
He looks. Yeah.
I woke up like this.
Nightmare on 13th, a venerable institution. It's been around a long, long time now. How many years?
I went there when I was in high school.
How many years? Now?
33 years, 1990, when it started. So yeah, been a while.
So every year, Nightmare on 13th, I know, tries to come up with something new, different, exciting. What's this year? What's new?
Yeah, we actually have two kind of big new things. One is our Institute of Terror, which for those of you who remember is what Nightmare used to be called when
Yes.
it opened its doors. It used to be Institute of Terror.
Yeah.
So name changed in 2001 after the 9/11 terror attacks. Kind of changed that up a little bit.
Yeah.
Had to kind of get rid of the word terror because obviously a little rough around the edges there.
Yeah.
But brought it back in a different way. So it's now an insane asylum. It's a second attraction, brand new, built it this summer, and it's very intense, very scary, kind of different because our main haunt's a lot of monsters, and this is a little more realistic with the criminally insane in there.
So, but you still have all the monsters and
Correct. Yeah. This is a second attraction.
is it one price for both, or what? How does that work?
So we have a combo ticket you can buy. You can get it with the combo ticket or with the VIP ticket. So you can kind of depends on how much you want to get scared. You got some options.
Nightmare on 13th.
The people who are watching at x96.com/live like the nice contrast that you have going there with the SpongeBob SquarePants T-shirt and then the demon face.
Yeah,
it's a nice combination.
Yeah, it is.
The shirt says, "Well, maybe it's because you're ugly."
Perfect.
Nightmare on 13th. Now, do you do the hands-on option kind of thing?
We do not, actually. We're one of the few places that does not. We scare you in all the other ways. I mean, we get you with the spooks, the noises, the scenery, everything else, but we don't touch it. We don't feel the need to do that.
I think that's good. I don't care for that other. I've done it.
Yeah.
And I did not care for it.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so one of the things about haunted houses I find is you sort of you want more for your money. I mean, you want it to be a long time experience. You know, how long does it take you to go through it? The longer, the better. Is what
Absolutely,
I think.
yeah. It takes usually at least 30 minutes to go through the main attraction. Usually closer to probably 40 to 45, and then if you add the Institute of Terror on there, you're another 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a good hour.
You could go an hour. That's getting
That's the way to do it.
Scares for your buck right there.
Exactly.
Now,
yeah.
what's the day haunt?
Yeah, so the Day Haunt, that's the other kind of brand new thing that I mentioned there when I was talking about Institute of Terror. So Day Haunt is, as our slogan goes, all atmosphere, no scares. So basically, it's for the Halloween-loving scaredy cats, as I like to say. It's all of our scenery is lit up, all of our show lighting is on, but no actors, no animatronics.
That's a cool idea.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, it's really fun. We did our very first one last Saturday. We had lots of elderly people. We had very young children, and we actually had a lot of our just regular customers, but they wanted to come back through and take their time.
But there are haunt nerds.
Yes,
who
100%.
love to see, like Katie.
Yes.
who love to see how an effect is done,
Exactly.
how you pull things off, to get ideas for their own gags and things like that.
I've done it, and I've done that. Gone through a haunt when it's just been all lit up, and it was really fascinating.
Yeah, and we even let you come in with your cameras and your phones, videos. Like we let you just go in and enjoy. And if you want to record, take photos, like it is at your leisure. Enjoy and see the hard work that the Nightmare team puts in.
So how do you get tickets for all of these things, and do you want to do price points?
Price points are kind of hard because we have a variety of tickets, and depending on the night, it's a little different. But definitely buy online and save. One, because it's a little bit cheaper, and then two, we do typically sell out on weekends as we get closer to Halloween. But you want to go to nightmareon13th.com and select the date you want to come, and then you'll see all the price points and snag your time slot. So
In case you didn't figure it out, by the way, Nightmare on 13th is on 13th South. Okay. Yeah, that's not.
I drove by it yesterday.
On 13th South, right by what's across from the Walmart? Is
Yeah,
that?
the Walmart, yeah.
The Walmart's pretty scary too. If you go through there.
It really is. Depending on what kind of scare you're looking for, you can go in the Walmart parking lot first, and then come see us.
Thank you, Phil. Nice to meet you, and have a fun season. I know it's busy, so.
Oh, absolutely. Lots of fun though.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you. Need to catch up on missed Radio from Hell show? Up Snuffy and Guffy, and let me just say this. What has happened, we look at the camera, what has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
It's
they?
a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and
Man.
it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, is it time to do the
No,
news?
you can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. There were no, they didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big Boy News, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime what is
Actually,
happening.
I guess they did have. So me, Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
Well,
his.
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith and Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith and Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if
stations?
our country station had that. But
No.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith and Edward.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's just Pete.
You outed him.
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Smith and Edwards.
the Country Boy
Sure,
store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send him a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in Army surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crime what is happening.
Let's see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I? All right.
Edge! I'm telling you, Edge!
Do we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah, why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it. Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm. You know,
and don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
So I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
Yeah,
won't
no,
touch
I
it.
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No, I
she
won't.
won't touch that.
Nope.
And then there's seaweed.
No,
she won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have?
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And,
yeah.
you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
And that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they can't
yes,
tell.
they can.
You cannot tell. But I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There's no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now, if it was TV.
Half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing
I
it.
think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating.
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
Atropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
Well,
this.
the popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut.
Thomas Morgan Robertson was born in London, England.
Thomas Dolby.
Yeah, Dolby, not his real name.
Thomas Dolby founded Beatnik, a Silicon Valley software company whose technology was used to play internet audio and later ringtones on Nokia phones. He was also the music director for the TED Conference, and he is on the faculty at the Peabody Institute at Johns Hopkins University and has been a teacher, a professor there since 2014.
He also did music for the Howard the Duck movie. I won't hold that against him.
There was music in that movie?
He
I
was
don't remember.
at the end. It's part of the thing. Is you see, Howard was in a band, and so they performed a song, and he wrote it. Yeah.
I remember we had a showing of that movie, premiere we went to. It was so bad.
Yeah.
It was a guy in a duck suit.
Not an actual duck?
Which at the time, how else do you do it?
They should have just waited. Is that what you're saying?
I still think that's an okay way to do it.
Yeah.
It was just a terrible movie.
Yeah, it was. It was very bad.
Anyway.
So many possibilities, and that's the direction.
This is my favorite Thomas.
It's hard to remember.
I played Europa and the Pirate Twins because I think we've heard Blinded by Science
We don't
enough.
ever need to
So,
hear that.
Sometimes it's
My brain is like a sieve.
forget all the bad things you did to me. You did to me.
but this one's my favorite, I think. Well, it's up there.
Hyperactive.
It's one of them. Hyperactive's good, yeah.
Keys
There was one room in our house that was always kept
That's
full.
womanly.
It was the garage.
Not a lot of words in this.
Well, it takes a while to get there.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's Boner of the Week time, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, our astronaut friend Dave Matson is here.
Yeah.
He's Dave the Flower Guy. When he's not on the International Space Station, he's in downtown Salt Lake selling flowers, and he mows lawns around town. And Dave is a hard-working man. So if you see him around town, buy some flowers from him. He's trying to get together some pocket money because where are you going, Dave?
Disneyland.
Yeah. When are you doing it?
November 1st,
Well,
3rd, 4th.
Coming right up.
Now, have you bought your tickets yet?
Chelsea's taking care of that.
Because the price just went up.
Chelsea's taking care of
Chelsea's
that.
taking
All right.
care of it.
Yeah, don't. Dave doesn't have to worry his pretty head about that.
All right. Okay.
No.
Chelsea's doing it.
Chelsea's taking care of that.
Chelsea.
Okay.
All right, here we go with Boner of the Week. We've let Dave pick the Boner of the Week for 100 years now, so here we go. Dave, you ready? Number one for Monday. Look, them's the rules. Oh, it's the Pee Wee football game. The team had to forfeit a game because the kid, he's the right age, but he's smart. And they put him in high school, and the rules say you can't play.
They advanced him in grade, and so he can't
Not
play
fair.
No, it's not fair.
in Pee Wee, and it's not fair.
Yeah. Number two from Tuesday. This is She Let Her Racism Get the Best of Her. Los Angeles City Council President Nury Martinez and three other Latino leaders were recorded using just vile racist language and slurs. She stepped down as head of and now she's resigned off the council completely because she's a racist and she should go. Number three, if you needed any further proof that racists are stupid, here it is. Tommy Tuberville pushing racist narrative during a campaign rally hosted by Donald Trump. I won't even go into what he was doing. He's just being a racist. And he's dumb. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. He's absolutely the worst human being alive today. These are all just awful.
It's a good
week.
It's
or a terrible week, depending on
terrible. Yes. It's Alex Jones. It's terrible, and the temperature's too warm to stop it off. And then the Boner winner from today, another racist kind of somebody putting racist slurs on a campaign poster. All right, Dave, I don't know which one.
Number 4, Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Yeah.
The worst human being on the planet.
Figured. You know, one of these days, the choice for Boner of the Week will be, silly bank robber,
Yeah.
or bad tattoo,
Yeah.
or
I just want to thank you guys for giving me that award.
Not horrible things.
not
All right.
a week of horrible things.
Okay, next week.
No, I'm not saying change.
No,
it.
I'm going to.
I'm saying someday the world might change.
I'm going to go. I'm going to because we could nominate these people every week.
Yes, we could.
You want to endeavor to be silly?
I'm going to try and pick more frivolous candidates for next week, and let's see how that goes, shall we?
No, I don't think you need to do that. What I'm trying to say is that hopefully the world will change.
I understand, and it won't. So let's just change it ourselves.
Nope, we need to call it out. We need to call the bastards out.
All right.
Silence is
not golden.
No, it's complicity. All right. Are we good? I think we got all the business taken care of, right? I think we got everything good.
Yeah.
Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You were drunk when I picked you up.
No, what?
Marcy is next.
Kicking off